Yeah, I'm gonna do like an hour of Baldur's Gate before.
Weekend so far. Jake, what's going on? I'm not staying on, I'm just testing some audio to make sure it works correctly. Hope your stream went well.
Hello, friends.
I'm not staying on, I'm just
Hello.
Yeah, I downloaded this, as you can see, the background on my camera. But before, it was messing with my game audio.
You can probably hear the dickhead in the background. Yeah, it is what it is.
Why you always gotta call me a D-head?
Also, check out the merch, Home Slices. Yeah, welcome to Daytopia. And oh, it ain't gonna show. Wow, that's so sad.
I love this background crap you can do now, man. It's so awesome.
I wonder if I can get my face around it enough for you to see it. No? Okay.
So far, it sounds pretty good.
So, it says Proud Dinosaur. It's the pillow. I did not foresee not being able to show the pillow due to my cam setting. So, there's that. Actually, you know what? I may be able to fix it real quick. Hold on. Ooh, that worked, kinda. Oh, as soon as I lift. So let's turn this off real quick.
Yeah, the audio's not
Proud Dinosaur.
The gameplay's not lagging. It was making my game lag too. I don't know how.
Cute little pillow. It's so smooth and soft.
Like, affected my game. I'm not sure how that works.
I love it. Okay. Now, back. My voice sounds low. I have no idea why. Everything's turned up. So
he's not lagging.
Hopefully
not cutting out of his voice.
That fixes itself or something. I did move my mic a little closer to my face because
oh crap, here we go.
It was a little far away, and that can be a little bit of a problem sometimes. But hello, Jaco. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're going to do about an hour of Baldur's Gate, just chilling. I did some earlier off stream, so we've made a little progress. And then at 8 o'clock, we have the podcast interview with Misfit and Lady. So, Baldur's Gate it is. Who? Oh. Oh, we need to bring the camera thing down a little bit. Hold on.
She scares the shit out of me.
Alright, I don't want that shit picked up on my stream, please.
Don't you tell me. Alright, I'm out of here. I think so far it's
Okay.
it's
I
fine.
think that's a little better.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay.
The wife.
Alright, so we received news. We've cleared out the Firewine Bridge ruins. No longer will kobolds plague our tiny village. I must congratulate you on a job well done. Everyone is grateful for your help. Take this small amount of money as a show of our gratitude. This is probably going to be like 200 coins, to be honest with you. 250 us. I was so fucking close. Oh, okay. Alright, so let's go steal some shit. That's right, I think she's downstairs. Is the voice any better now, Jaco?
Perhaps this group needs not quite as much help as I thought.
Hello, welcome to Daytopia, everyone. Oh my god, shit ears out there.
So what I had to do, Dave, is in here, on the microphone, put it back to default. And you can mess with the noise removal. You have it midway or higher, so it cuts more of the background noise out for you.
Does it sound bad?
You're a little low.
I mean, I put it back to default and it automatically went to Yeti.
Well, yeah, you're okay. Yeah, so you're at Yeti now, right?
I was always at Yeti.
On the NVIDIA thing.
Yes. And when I change it back to default, it automatically
Oh, okay. So
reverts to Yeti.
Okay. Lower the
The
strength
noise
on that.
removal?
Yes, because that affects your voice.
So does that mean it wasn't picking you up?
No, I heard myself a little bit.
I could do room echo removal, though. Okay, did that make it any better? Because I took it from full-blown noise removal strength to, like, around half.
Yeah, you sound good now.
Do I need to put it down more?
I don't think so.
Are you sure? What?
Gonna go on here, look at this. Filters, add in all that stuff. That will help with a lot of stuff. Background noise and everything. I mean, I don't know if you can do it now while you're live, but
I'll worry about that later.
that helps with noise and the sound of the quality sound of your voice. Hear what you sound like through my phone.
What else can I get rid of? You know what? I feel like that dagger's not doing any good, so we're gonna drop that for the ring. Okay. Now, we're out here with everybody. Oh, never mind. They're not up here with me. Okay. They're not that far away. Steve is such a piece sometimes. Oh yeah? I look cute with the hat on. Thank you, baby. I am kind of feeling myself with the hat. Like, I'm not gonna lie. My voice still sound okay? Hi. Excuse me. Hi. Excuse me. Oh my god, please open the damn thing. Ooh, now I can get to Durlag's tower. then? Because I dropped it down to 50, and it doesn't seem to have been helping. I just took it down to like 25.
That's better. Take it down like 15.
I mean, it doesn't say what the numbers are. I'm just guesstimating about where I put it on the bar, but... I can hear that just fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
You fuckers are deaf if I'm still low to you guys.
That's all of us, you all the way up.
That is fine.
That's you like mid.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'll just turn the shit off then. And see how it does there. And I turned it completely off. That didn't help. So it's not the noise suppression that's the problem.
Yeah, you sound... Yeah, I mean, I guess you sound fine.
And I turned it completely off.
Yeah. What are you on your Blue Yeti? It's still...
I have all the way turned the fuck up.
But it's still on the Blue Yeti.
Yes.
Okay. You use low CPU with your fucking stream.
It's that graphics card, bro.
Yeah, I know. I usually take around like 3, 4. Because, you know, my 2070. As good as a 3080. Whatever.
3 and 4 is not bad, babe. Shut up. Whatever. Hopefully, y'all can hear me. If you can't, then I guess I'll just have to go back to regular cam and to hell with it. I need to go sell shit first.
You have been waylaid by enemies. You must defend yourself.
Excuse me. ain't gotta yell like that in my chat, bro. Okay. Really glad the bear's on aggressive.
You said something?
Step right up! Step right up!
babe. Ow. Hello, Honolulu. Yeah, the hat finally came in, and the pillow. But every time I show the pillow, it fucks up because I gotta turn the thingy off. Give me a sec. The coffee cup hasn't come yet, but we'll take the background removal off for a moment to show the proud dinosaur bookie book. Bookie book. What the fuck? Pillow. It's not a book. Fucking idiot. So yeah, here it is. It's so soft. I love it. I love it. So yeah. That's it. And the welcome to Daytopia. Chilling like a villain. Had to wear my merch on stream, you know. I just hate, like, all my shit in the background since I don't have an official stream room. Like, all of our clutter. I mean, 2 grown adults live in one normal size bedroom. So there's clutter. There's just shit everywhere. So if I can bleep that out, I'm down. And it's not even a green screen. It's just a background removal on a program in NVIDIA, so I don't even have to worry about actually having a screen or anything. Yeah. If I had Like, even if we shared a stream space, if it was, like, an actual stream space and not our living quarters, then it would be completely different, but... I mean, just look at all that shit over there. Ooh, so much junk. So much junk, because there's nowhere to put anything. So, yeah. But, yeah... We are just getting some Baldur's Gate in before the interview tonight. Oh, hello. Yes, I know the trap is not disarmed. I want to disarm it. Ihole. Maybe it's because I don't have high enough trap disarming stuffs. Yeah. It is a pain in the rear, ain't it? And it's not even when you're doing it for other people, it's just in general. Like, you do it for other people, yes, but like, it translates over into yours, and you're like, fuck me, dude. Oh, no, come back! Dumbasses. Damn, she wasn't able to defuse that one either. Nope, you dumbass hoe, come on! Jeez Louise. Can you stop? No. Okay. Jesus. It's worse when I'm doing it for myself, but for this one it's driving me insane today, but I don't know, I've been a big ball of emotions today, yucky. Yeah, I get those days. Yeah, it sucks. It's no bueno. I'm already getting hungry again. Because I didn't eat much.
Perhaps this group needs not quite as much help as I thought.
said something, stranger.
What in the fuck? Who are you? No worries, Jaco. It happens. Oh, thank you. Yeah, my merch came in today that I got for samples. So thank you. Mark thinks he likes it too. Let's put it that way. All right, you hoodlums, come on. Welcome to Daytopia. You know what I mean? Yes, Daytopia. That is the name of the channel. I mean, the name of the channel is Danalicious, but it is home. It's Daytopia, home of the Dinosaurs, Danadactyls, and Mama Rex, which is me. So I made a Welcome to Daytopia collection, Proud Dinosaur collection, and several other collections. I've been putting a lot of work in the merch, but... I gotta get better trap disarming. Man, fuck you! I ought to kill the shit out of you. Stupid asshole. Hello, lead. How are you? Welcome, welcome in. Just getting some gaming in before we do our thing. Is that how in the Sam Hill? Is there another area that I'm supposed to be able to get into from here? Oh, yes, there is. Don't be hating on the footsteps. No worries, no worries. Take your time. You eat too fast, you can get a tummy ache, and that's no bueno. I'm really not interested in these books at all. Okay, well then. Why are y'all being so stupid right now?
Any more of your nice and I'm gone.
Destiny or no, I'm not long for this place. Destiny or no, I'm not long for this place.
will pay. me. Oh, it's about that time, ain't it?
Good on you if you say today.
Ow! Bruh, that fucking hurt. Oh, that's why. Oh yeah, now that we're getting our ass kicked, let's go on down.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Rip. Okie dokie. It's about that time, guys. Let's go ahead and save this. Hello, hello. Hello. I is here. I is here. Yeah, I'm good to go. Hello. Are you guys streaming too? Okay, let me get y'all up. Shoving the meat. Shoving the meat in your mouth. All right. No, y'all just ask away and I'll pull answers out my ass. You better be there starting the interview. Better be in there chatting just like I was with you and everybody
No,
else.
you weren't.
Yes, I was. I was in there. Yes, yes. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I remember Mark being all so excited he was the first one y'all asked, and I was like, okay, let me start streaming. So that's a loaded question, actually.
I don't hear them on your stream.
You don't?
No.
Hold on. He says that he doesn't hear y'all on my stream. This should count as desktop audio. Why is it not picking up?
Push to talk in Discord.
No.
Make sure you ask your questions.
Fix
And
it.
we try to go with it and let the conversation flow. So sometimes
Yes.
things do get overlooked.
All right.
You can hear them now?
Yeah.
It's because the NVIDIA broadcast, I didn't have that changed for my speaker, the output. I just fixed this so I have the, okay, anywho, back to the question at hand, now that I got it fixed. So my dad passed away December of 2017. That led to some things. And I really just needed to get my mind off of it. So with the encouragement of a girl I worked with, I started streaming on Twitch. I first went live April something of 2018, and it was directly from my Xbox. There was no setup, there was no OBS, there was no nothing. It was straight from the Xbox.
She started the way you did.
Yeah. Everything else came a little later as I realized that I really loved streaming and talking to people. And I believe the first game I streamed was, I'm wanting to say it was State of Decay.
Great game.
And my very first viewer was a guy I worked with. His name's Nathan, and he came in and would talk and clip things, funny things that happened and whatnot. And it just went from there. So April 2018 is the official answer, but there was a lot of things that caused it and
I gotcha.
that brought it into what it is today.
That's
So,
awesome.
So why Twitch though? I think at that time, 2018, you probably had your choices. I don't know if it was Mixer yet, it might have been Beam still, but you had Twitch, Beam, and I think YouTube was still a streaming. Might have just
So I've
started, but you had YouTube
never
at least
been
back then.
YouTube. I've never watched videos like that on YouTube. I've just YouTube has never been my gig. Like people watch YouTube all day long, and I just that's never been my thing. Twitch is the only one I knew of as far as a streaming service. Plus, with the friend, I'm assuming she only knew of Twitch at the time too. I think this was before Mixer. I think it was before all that, or at least before they were well known enough to be in the game.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean that's fair. Somebody recommends that, hey, go live on Twitch, then if that's all you know. What struggles did you start with? I mean, you said you weren't, you said you wanted to go or pursue it a little bit more. So what was the initial struggles from there? Getting off your console, or did you continue with the console, or like what was your next step?
So, I did do the console for a little bit of time. I'm not sure how long, honestly. I can't answer that. It was a while back, but my dad had a computer that we made our music on. He did the recording of the actual music instruments that he played, the vocals, and all of that. So since he was gone, that stuff wasn't needed anymore. So I essentially took over my dad's PC, his recording PC, as my gaming PC, and that's how I got off the console and onto like legitimately streaming and playing more. I want to say I started playing more PC games, but that didn't really happen until I came to Pennsylvania. But that's how I got off of the console, was using my dad's PC. So the struggle wasn't really a big deal because it was already there. But
so you were familiar with the equipment, or at least had a good grasp of what you were going to need.
I mean, I'm fairly techie. It wasn't hard to figure out. There were just like technical things like the overlay and the things I wanted to look professional. So I had I knew friends of friends who, I paid a small amount. They made the stuff for me. It was very like my follower emotes now were the very first emotes I ever had for the stream. That was before my current artist. I mean, we're talking like low level shit, but it's all I had at the time. My biggest thing, the biggest thing was just learning to consistently look at chat and keep like even talk to myself, even if nobody's in chat. You have to try to still make yourself appealing for someone to actually want to say something and get you talking.
I think that's not just a new person, new to
well,
streaming.
fair, but
yeah, no, I'm just saying because I remember.
I think that was the biggest struggle.
Yeah, I know Lady struggle. Nobody would be there, and she had a couple people in there talking and everything, but it's like, okay, we're trying to get you to talk.
Yeah.
Talk.
Like, how do you? It's putting yourself in a light where, it's your sales pitch. Whether there's anybody there or not, you have to sell it 24/7 from the minute that cam turns on till the minute that cam turns off, and whether you're feeling it or not, it's lights, camera, action.
Right.
Or did you struggle with some people I see them pick up on it really, like they like to talk and it's easy to talk about themselves. Was that a struggle for you, or like do you just still struggle,
I am not good with small talk.
Okay.
If you ask me a question, I'm going to have an answer. I'm going to be honest with you, and that could branch off and we could start a conversation. But when it comes to, like, even now I find trouble with that. People come in, I'm like, hey, how you doing? How's your day? Great. Okay. Like, give me something to work with, but that's really.
Sometimes it's like pulling teeth with your nails.
Yes. But I suck at small talk in general. Like, give me something, and I will run with it. But
see, I have such a hard time believing that about you, because once we get you talking,
that's what I'm saying. You got to get me talking.
you got to get it started. That's what she's saying. Sometimes she needs a little bit of help getting the ball rolling.
Yeah.
To work up to it. It's not she just doesn't just turn the camera on and jump right into it.
If it just relies on me to like create the entire conversation, it's not going to happen. You've got to give me some meat, or you got to give me some potatoes. I'll provide the meat.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Definitely get that. I have my days where sometimes I can talk, and sometimes I'm like, all right, what? That's it. Okay.
And then you struggle with say the game you're playing doesn't have a lot of interaction. Like I'm putting into words what I'm thinking is difficult, but there were times where I would be playing Assassin's Creed, right? And like you're watching the gameplay. There's not a whole fucking lot to talk about. If there's nobody in the chat talking, what am I like? Am I gonna narrate what I'm doing that you can actually visually see me doing in the game? That makes no sense.
Well,
so it comes
down
to
like a lot of people say sometimes that's what you kind of got to do, is just like planning it out. Like you might be planning out your next step in your head, but you gotta.
Well, yeah. Well, my thing was like there was always like little side guys that would run their mouth when you run by, and I'd have a smart ass comment that I would, they'd be like, "If you come like that again, I will kill you." I'm like, "Yeah, fucking come at me, bro." And it's little things like that. I'm talking to the NPCs, and it was just little things like that I would try to do just to kind of get some kind of.
And you know what? That for somebody like me, that actually works, because at least you'll spark a laugh. Like you'll get an LOL out of me, and it might provide an opportunity.
Right.
I think a better way for because I know you were saying like you used to play Assassin's Creed, but like maybe for people who are coming into your stream now, you're playing Baldur's Gate, correct?
Currently, I mean, I bounce around, but yes.
Well, you've been doing a lot of that. Like, I'm using that for example because it's interesting, but it's kind of hard to find a way to converse on it.
Yes.
So, I get it, because I like to talk about games and stuff.
See, I like to go in and find out about the streamer. I could kind of care less what they're playing.
Well, see, and that's fine, because if you come in and start asking questions or start probing me to learn more about me, that's going to get it going. I'm going to play the game, and sometimes I'll just pause the game altogether. It'll sit on the pause screen while I'm chatting. I don't make the game the stream.
Right. No, I get it. I think that's the difference, because I think for like somebody like when you're playing games like that, like if I'm playing like Disney Dreamlight, I could talk all day about what the hell is going on in the game. But you're right. Like if you've got a game where it's a story game and you're immersed in the story, I do feel like sometimes just kind of chattering through it and chattering kind of over it takes away from what you're getting in the game.
True. And like Honolulu said, read the stuff like I do sometimes. Sometimes I'll read the, the little boxes that come up, or when people, if it doesn't have the talking, but it has the, their lines, I'll read it in some ridiculous, atrocious, out of this world accent or something. Like I try to do here and there, but for the most part, I'm just playing my game. And if you want to come in and chat, I will drop it to chat with you, but I'm not going to sit here and bend over backwards. I'm not, because I'm going to enjoy the game, because that's what you want to see, is the person playing the game enjoying the game.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, we talked about this with System and Ramrod last time as well. So I would say there's two types of streamers. There's the gamer god mode creators, and then there's community creators. So you're more of a community creator.
Yes, you're not going to find any kind of fucking skill in this stream, ever. Ever.
She's so fucking blunt about it. Never.
Like, people do not watch me because I can go 25-0 on a COD game. Like, they go because I'm cussing up a storm and people are fucking cracking up at my shenanigans while I'm dying 25 times and getting 0 kills. Or I'm making up, like earlier, I think it was last night. Was it last night? It might have been earlier today. I think it was yesterday, though. Honolulu came in and we were talking about the lipstick I wear, that she likes the brand as well, and it's like, it's transfer proof. Like, it doesn't move. So I was just joking around. I was like, I should be in charge of their, advertisement, because it'd be like, you can eat, you can drink, you can suck a dick. It ain't going nowhere. I'm like, ain't got nothing to do with the game I was playing, but it was fucking funny.
Yeah, but no, so that's to me, that's what makes a stream better, is though when it's like we said, when the person is talking more and engaging and providing you something to work off of, because you can only talk so much about the game. You might get to a cutscene, you might pause it to talk to somebody, but the game only goes so far. You have to at least fill in the gaps there as well.
Right.
So no, I mean that's laughing and joking with people is a great way to
I mean, and when chat's active, I can do that like nobody's business. It's just fun. Those dead lulls, or even if I've got 5 viewers, but they're all lurkers. Which again, I said this whenever Ram was doing his interview. If you have a problem with me lurking, you let me know, because I will not fucking come back in your stream ever again. Like, to hell with you. I'm trying to put forth some effort. I can't drop what I've got going on, so I'm doing the best I can, which is at least being there for you.
Well, and on that note, shifting to your support system kind of topic, you're obviously married, right? For everybody that already knows you.
We are engaged, but we might as well be married.
Fair enough. Kids?
Close enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So my point is, I already know this, but the point is for everybody to get to know you better. But also, to your point, you can't just drop it. You have responsibilities. You can't live at your computer all day long. You have to eat, you have to sleep, but you also have a child that needs you. You have a fiance/husband that needs you.
2 children, mind you.
Yeah.
Even more to my point, you have 2 children that need you. And depending on how you view system, maybe 2.5.
It's like having 3.
Fair. Now, to be fair, he's the one that has 3 kids, not me. He does the laundry, he does the dishes. Like, I ain't gotta do shit. I love it. It's great.
There you go.
Okay.
But that's to your point. You can't drop what you're doing to be here as much as you might want to be here. You might want to be in somebody's stream. So yeah, I completely agree with you. If that's all you can do, fucking come in and do it. At least you took the time to say, hey, I'm here. I got things, you don't have to go into detail, but hey, I'm here. I got things going on, but I'll be back and forth if nothing else.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I don't ever come back in and be like, hey, still here, still hanging out, just, trying to get some stuff done, whatever. Like, I'm still gonna, I'm not just gonna lurk and abandon, but,
yeah,
like, I gotta do what I gotta do.
I think people forget just this simple, hey, you took the time to think about me. That's awesome. I appreciate that.
Right.
Everybody wants more. And
I think that's the hard part. Like, if I get into a stream and Dana was the other night, I was lurking and I was watching and I got caught up, and then I started doing homework, and it was like, oh shit, I haven't been back in like 2 hours, and I find myself, I'm still here, and I feel bad because it's like you said, real life gets caught. We get caught up in real life, and then we're like, well, shit, now I feel bad.
I do the same thing. I actually, Jaco the other night, he came in, and it was really late, like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I wasn't expecting anyone else to come in because it was late, and I was just focused. I think I was playing Baldur's Gate, actually, and I was just like zoned in, and I missed him saying hi. I was so upset because then I felt bad.
I hate
I
that.
know that one. I've done that too.
Hate that with a
I
passion.
went out of my way when he went live. I was like, please don't hate me. I'm sorry I missed you last night.
He was probably like, no worries.
Yeah, he didn't. He's like, that's fine. He's like, I couldn't really hear you anyway because that was, Mark was sleeping behind me, and I was like pretty much eating my microphone just so y'all could hear me. Like, it is what it is. But
I'm not gonna lie, I was sitting there and I was like, I had to put you on the speaker on my one monitor, and then blast you all the way. And I'm like, I'm trying here, but
yeah.
I felt bad because at first I wasn't sure. I kind of figured it was because he was sleeping, but then I was like, maybe I should just point it out just in case.
That's why I hate it when he goes to bed early, but he gets up early. Like, he can't help it, but
yeah.
No, I get it. But now, so on the weekends, so I know you have made the comment that you don't have like a set schedule. You stream when you want to and when it feels good, like when you're feeling it.
Correct.
So with that being said, with you and System, do you guys have like set? So you don't have like set days that you stream. He doesn't. I know he has set days he streams. How does that work with your guys' placement being so close? Because I know for Lead and I, that's why we stream together.
Fair. So he has his days that he chose. He doesn't always keep those days.
I have.
Okay.
You didn't stream Thursday, and you didn't stream last night.
Because I stay up till like 1 o'clock on Wednesday.
Okay, I'm just saying. You don't always keep your days, so mind your fucking business. This is my interview, dickhead. Okay. Anyway, so he doesn't always stick to his days for whatever reason, okay? Maybe he got the shits the night before, whatever. But, he also got a new mic that kind of drowns out, because my voice carries. It just does. His not so much. So my mic will pick him up left and right. His mic, no, I'm sorry, backwards. My mic won't pick him up as easily as his mic picked me up. Listen, Honolulu, don't judge me. So we just kind of dealt with it. He would say in the beginning of his stream, he'd be like, wife's live too, you know, you might hear her back there. And it is what it is. Either people accept it or they don't. We're doing what we can in our very little space, and to hell with it. But
now, see, I get that because
I don't
he did
not
that for the
stream just
longest
because
time.
he is, like, or
Right.
vice
Okay.
versa. Well, granted, he is not streaming tonight because I am streaming tonight, but it is because of the interview, not
Right.
or the podcast.
No,
Not,
I get
not
it.
for any
Yeah.
normal. Normally,
So
he would still stream.
So on that note, and have you guys, have you ever gotten it, or do you know if he's ever any criticism because you guys sit so close together? Has anybody come in and maybe not hateful or rude, but maybe something a negative connotation to making a comment? You know what I mean? Like somebody criticized you guys, either one of you in any way, shape, or form for maybe overlapping audio?
I personally have not ever had anyone say anything, and I don't think that he has. And he said, not that I know of. I don't think anyone's ever really... I mean, usually, if anything, I'm ragging him anyway, so it's like content for his stream regardless.
I've heard it, yeah.
But yeah, I don't think anyone's ever said anything, thankfully. I mean, that actually does not... That surprises me that no one has been a negative Nancy in regards to that, to be fair.
See, that's
But-
why Lead moved his stream setup, because we had that problem, because streaming together and being in such a close proximity, people used to always complain that we were picking each other up or that I came through his mic, and it was like, dude, we're working with what we got. Settle down.
That's amazing to me, because the first thing I would say is, if you don't like my setup, feel free to buy me a fucking house.
Right?
Because then we can fix that real quick.
To be fair, those people are more the. It usually only was really an issue when we were playing Valorant, and it was people from YouTube coming in, some of those kids or whoever.
I'd love for him to move back
Anybody
in
else?
here. He just
Never, from people that we're close with, never have we gotten anything negative,
Yeah.
or even just your average person coming through, like somebody new coming in. Never, they might make comment on it, but it's just, after we explain it, oh, cool, okay, no big deal.
Yeah.
It's really just been people over on the YouTube side of things that have commented, and then usually afterwards, if they bounce out anyway and disappear. So it's like, okay.
Yeah.
The other thing you have to remember is when you're messing with filters, you tend to struggle because sometimes they don't always work right, or maybe it doesn't work right with your mic or something. Like sometimes that can cause audio issues. You never know.
Well,
what
I
you're
think
gonna
that's
get.
part of the reason we were having. I think Jaco came in earlier and said that my vocals were down, and it was because I had put sound suppression or noise suppression on my mic when I downloaded the NVIDIA thingy thing, so I could do the background. And
Okay.
so I turned it down to like 15%, which means it's probably non-existent. So there's probably a bunch of noise. But at least I sound semi-normal now, apparently. I hope. I don't know.
All right, so I have a fun. This was more of a fun question, just to kind of pick on you and system a little bit.
Oh boy.
Did you? And this came up because there's a clip on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen it? It's about Nick Merckx.
I have not.
Okay. So his wife called him and wanted to.
Oh, I
he was
love
in
this.
He was in the middle of streaming. So I called him, picked up the phone, and she was telling him about her ladybug gardens and whatnot. And his reaction, I can kind of see this more being you, so I'm kind of curious as to your thoughts. Was more of a, yeah, babe. And you could tell he was either he was play acting or he really was or whatever, but he could tell he was like, okay, can you shut up now so I can get back to streaming? And what would your thoughts be on something like that? Like, is that something that you would do to each other, or how would you view something like that? Like, if you're in the middle of streaming and a system comes up to you and wants to talk to you about something, do you just drop what you're doing, or you know what I mean?
In all honesty, I feel like that was a dickhead move. And if it was acting, that's one thing. But like, if that was legitimate, that's a dickhead move on Merck or on Nick, because that the streaming, even if it's your job, like your significant other comes before that. Always. that's the person you live with. That's the person, or maybe you don't, but that's the person who supports you. That's the person who loves you. That's the person who, you know, is there for you, is your whiteboard or your chalkboard whenever you need to vent, when, like, everything. Mark comes in and wants to ask me something. I say, hold on, guys. I mute my mic. They can see me talk, and I don't, like, change the screen or anything so they know I'm still here. But I mute the mic, and he gets my attention. We figure out, he asks what he needs to ask. We figure it out, whatever. And then I'm like, all right, guys, I'm back. Like, I've always, if he has something important to say, I drop what I'm doing and listen to him.
See, I guess I viewed it so differently. I took it as it was more like that's how at times Lead and I are with each other, because like I'll be super excited to tell him something and he'll be like, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. And then later on he'll be like, okay, you were talking to me about this. Like, what was the importance of it? Like, we'll always double back to it, but like I always kind of find it funny. And for me, I don't think that, maybe personally, I didn't think that he was being rude or disrespectful. I just think she was overly excited about something, and he was just like, okay, cool, we can talk about it later. You can tell me all about it. And I would hope that they'd have that conversation where she could sit down and explain like everything she wanted out of it, if you know what I mean.
Fair. Now, again, I didn't see it, so I am going off
something
solely.
you'd have to see.
Yeah, because if it was like okay, that's awesome, we'll talk about it later. Or, you know, you can tell me all about it later. I'm streaming right now, or, you know, whatever. Then that's different. But the way I intentionally took it was that he was just like deadpan and like, okay, like I don't get.
I can see it on both sides of it. I was curious as to your thoughts on it, just because I know you and System sometimes go. Well, let me phrase it. Sometimes you go a little bit harder at him, so I was curious as to, you know, and it just came up, and it, you know, pertains in some sense to streaming, so I was curious.
What?
You just say you get a little bit harder on me.
I was trying to be delicate. You guys know each other, but in all fairness, so getting back to you streaming, you know, what are some of the struggles that you've had? I know we talked about it at the beginning. What are some struggles that you're facing now? Because I know you took a little bit of time off and now you're getting back into it. Where you feel like you're struggling at right now?
So yeah, I know before I streamed on LiveSpace, the last time I streamed was in, I'm wanting to say May of 2023 on Twitch. And prior to that, I think it was, like I said, it's a handful of times in 2 years that I've streamed. But the struggles now, for one, rebuilding. And I say rebuilding, but at the same time, like, I'm not really rebuilding, because all of my growth on Twitch was from me playing Fortnite. Once I stopped playing Fortnite, the growth pretty much deadpanned. And on top of that, at the time, I was coming to see Mark occasionally, so I'd be gone for like a week at a time where I wouldn't stream because my stream equipment's in North Carolina and I'm in PA. So it never went anywhere after I stopped streaming Fortnite, to be quite honest with you. And that's why I'm so adamant now of not getting stuck and known and made out of one game. I will play what I want. If you want to watch, cool. If you want to hang out with me because you like talking to me, cool. If you want me to play one game repeatedly over and over again, you can eat a dick. But
a whole big bag of them.
Yeah, a whole bag of dicks. Like, I don't care, you know. But my thing now is, I feel like I'm having to rebuild, and like the concept is still there, even though technically I'm not. But not getting upset when I don't have viewers, or not getting upset when I didn't get a follow, or you know, just the mental things that everybody goes through. But I feel like I'm starting new at it again, so it's like going through the new streamer motions all over again.
Basically getting off the starting block all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And
okay,
like it's kind of, I'm definitely not growing as fast as I want to.
Now
Obviously,
here's
no one does, but like
no, we don't. I guess my question comes into it is, so System's been streaming a little bit longer than you have because you took some time off. Do you feel sometimes like you compare your growth to his at times? Like, I should be there, or why am I not there? Like, do you guys have like that kind of rivalry competition when it comes to like numbers and stuff?
Not really. I can tell you that he was flabbergasted at how much I've grown already on the platform. But then again, I was like, these are all people that know you, babe. Like, right. Could I really grow? Like, come on. But so, you know, I have to put that in perspective for him. But then I know that on Twitch he was always pretty in his feels. Grant, with my hiatus, yes, he's been streaming longer, but I was streaming before he was back in the day. In fact, the whole reason he started streaming is because I bought the PC for him and bought all the stuff to set it up, and
right,
like,
I remember he told us about that.
Yeah. Had it delivered to the Best Buy or whatever, and he went and picked it up, and that's how he got started streaming. But I think sometimes, being completely transparent here, I feel like he gets jealous of me sometimes. Because
I can see that.
I am so he'll tell you all day long that people just are drawn to me, and you know, everything he says that's just like screaming my praises. But at the same time, I feel like it's a double-edged sword for him, because he says it and then he's like, fucking bitch. Like, you know, I feel like that's the afterthought sometimes. So I feel like he gets jealous. I don't really get jealous of him, but I don't know. I guess I kind of do. Just as
maybe a better way to look at it is, maybe it's not so much jealousy, it's more of a using it as a measuring stick to see where, okay, he's here, I'm here, how do I...
Yeah, maybe.
You know, maybe jealousy sounds like a bit strong, you know, because
nah.
I don't...
No, because as the other
she's like, no, I'm fucking jealous.
No, because of being the other spouse in the option of that, if lead has like a huge growth, I'm 110% jealous. I am proud as fuck of him, but I am sitting back there going, fuck you, motherfucker. What the fuck did you do that I didn't? Because I'm playing the same motherfucking thing. I have the same motherfucking content. Like, what the hell? But a lot of it is, and I will tell people, it is him. It is who he is. But I am so jealous as shit, but I am so proud of him at the same time. Right. So I get where you can't not say it's not a jealousy thing. It is 110% a jealousy thing. At least for me, it is. I'm not going to speak for System.
Yeah, I don't find myself jealous of him, really. But I think the struggle of discoverability is where that's kind of is killing me.
Well, and we talked about this. Last time, and with System a little bit too. You know, how many millions of people in the world are streaming. I mean, you're battling not only your significant other, but how many other people at the exact same time, you know.
Right.
Which is a huge struggle, just to forget, be like, okay, well, there's 10 million other people, so what the fuck am I doing here? You know? So
you gotta keep yourself from getting in that why the fuck am I even bothering? Because you will drift into that real quick.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I go there at least 2 or 3 times a week sometimes. So
yeah.
We pull each other. That's the point. You got to be able to pull each other out of it.
Well, and that goes back to, you know, when you ask about support. So like, do you ever have? I mean, it's probably a stupid question, but do you have those moments where you're like, what am I doing? Why am I bothering?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So does System back you up on that, or pull you out of that rabbit hole, or he
tries. It's very... So the difference between him and I is I can very easily calm him down and like calm his fears and his worries and everything. He does not, and this is going to sound worse than it is. He does not have that power with me. Not because I don't love him, not because we don't have a great relationship. It's my personality. I don't buy the bullshit. So he knows that if, you know, I'm upset about something, he's like, babe, look, you know, I remember the night I streamed on Super Bowl. He was like, just remember, Super Bowl Sunday, you might not have any viewers because people are going to be watching the Super Bowl. And I was like, yeah, okay. But like,
I had the same conversation with Lady.
It didn't.
We did. 100%
like,
had that same conversation.
He doesn't really, I don't know, like, he can't calm me down because I'm like, yeah, that's great, but like, it's the same way when we have a normal argument and he hates it because I'm 99% right. Like, I'll give him all the facts, like this is why you're wrong, and he's like, man, fuck it, whatever. So
she is 100% you. That is why the two.
I told Mark that the other night. I was like, I feel like you are lady and I am lead. Like, our roles are reversed, but 100%. Yeah,
100%.
Did I not tell you that the other day? You know.
Well, okay, no, I'm just checking to make sure my parts are still the same.
Well, if I got a penis, I'm gonna stand up and windmill it. So you better hope that we are still the same.
No, the reason why I say that is because it's very true, because Lita is very dominant and he knows exactly what to say, when to say it, and how to say it. And then there's me on the other hand. I mean, I can talk him out of the rabbit hole. It's not that I can't. I can. It's just how far deep in the rabbit hole he's gone and how much he's willing to tell me how deep he's gone. Yeah, like, fair. I can get him to a portion of it, and then I'll be like, okay, good, we're out of the rabbit hole. And then I'm realizing like 20, 30 minutes later, fuck, we were like 30 miles down and I only brought us like 20.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, he tries, and it does help to an extent, but I am the one that's all in the logistics and the rationalization of it, so I'm already, like, his words they're meant well, but I'm already like, yeah, well, but already fighting them before they even all the way get out. Like, he tries so hard, but that's just me. My personality won't allow that.
Okay. Now, on the flip side, we're talking about the negative mentality and the negative stuff. What about some highlight moments? Like, is there any moment in your streaming career, whether it was before your break, now, that really stand out to you, be like, okay, yeah, I can definitely, that really boosted you up, or gave you that, I got this, kind of night? Or stream, period. Or even just, it could have been maybe a Twitter post or something. It could have been anything along the way that involving streaming that was like, that really stands out as one of the highlight moments of your time doing this.
So the one thing that came to mind when you said that was, and I forget now details, like who it was and whatnot, but I had a viewer submit a clip that I had of me playing Fortnite, and I was hiding in a bush, and I ended up being a solo squad, so all my teammates had died, it was just me. I'm hiding in a bush, and I'm like, I hope they don't run through this bush, because there's a team coming, right? And I was like, they're gonna run into solid Omega, because I was on the Omega skin. And it ends up, they ended up running through, one of them ran through the fucking bush and just hit solid Omega and then started shooting and I died. But it was a whole funny clip. Like, and a viewer had submitted it to a YouTuber who put a compilation of funny clips together. And, like, it had several thousand views. Like, it was a decently viewed channel. And my video made the cut, so I was on there. And I had people, for a couple weeks come in, yeah, I saw you on this video, and they would show up in the stream, and I was like, wow, like, that's cool. People are watching this YouTube video and coming in to check me out just because I was in it, just because I had a clip that was funny. Like, that's what stands out to me as like the coolest thing, besides going to TwitchCon and having a picture with Courage JD and Tim the Tapman. But
okay, that would be cool.
Okay, yeah, that would be pretty epic.
Yeah.
Streaming on Twitch, you had the option to get rated and everything. Did you ever get rated? What was your biggest raid?
There was a raid, and it was a big one. I think I had like 125 viewers after the raid. I mean, it went away drastically. They would come in and then they'd leave, but I can't remember who it was or what the actual total of the raid was, but I know I had over 100 viewers when it happened.
That's impressive in itself.
And I have mixed emotions about raids, only because I feel like a lot of times people don't want to raid.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they do because the streamer requests them to.
Right.
But one of two things is going to happen. Or one of three things will happen. One, they're going to go with the raid. And then as soon as they come in and say, so-and-so raid, they're going to X out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Two, they're going to go into the raid. They're going to drop a meaningless follow and they will never be back. Just because they came in with a raid.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're going to come in, they're going to follow, they're going to chat, and you might see them again. Those are the only three things that are going to happen. Only one of those is good. So you got a 33% chance of something good coming of a raid.
Now, and that's being logical, but more often than not, I would probably say it's 60% of the time they disappear as soon as they drop the, they see the raid. Then what I would say 30% they drop the meaningless follow, and then the final 10% they actually engage in a conversation and potentially come back.
Stick around and actually,
Yeah,
find
the
out who you are
actual
and what you're
numbers are
about.
obviously far more dismal, but out of the three
I know,
options, that gives you the 33. So, I mean...
If you're going to ratio it, I get you.
But, yeah, as much as I like somebody rating me because I know they thought about me and they're trying to introduce their viewers to me, I know 100% I have a better chance of someone just randomly finding me actually sticking around than someone who came in a raid.
Can see that. I feel like, do you feel like sometimes when people come in a raid, like they feel like they're obligated to follow?
Yes.
Kind of a thing?
And
See,
that's
when I
one of the
go in
reasons
a raid,
I don't like being a part of raids. I don't want to follow somebody unless I've seen their content and I appreciate their content. If I follow somebody blindly and then, this person is a pedo or something and they find out later, and I was following this person because I blindly followed after a raid, like, nah, I don't play that game. If you follow me, cool. I will check you out at some point, and if I like you, I will follow you. I'm not going to follow you just because you followed me.
Right. Okay.
So on that note, because I know we're kind of bouncing between time frames here from beginning to end, but in the beginning, because I know you're saying you definitely don't do this now. Did you ever get sucked into any follow for follow or support for support stuff?
When I first started, Wasteland Mafia was a thing on Twitch, and what was his name? NetDev was the owner, and it was 100% a follow for follow. Like, he had 20,000 followers on Twitch,
Holy
and his
shit.
entire chat would always be jumping, follow, blah, 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 follow for follow,
I
blah, blah,
remember
blah,
those,
blah, blah.
yeah.
And I was just like, and I fell for it. And then after a while, I was like, I have all of these followers, but not a fucking soul in my channel. Like, and that's when I realized that it's a fucking scam is what it is. I don't like calling it a scam because you're not like losing money or anything, but I mean, essentially it's a fucking scam. It doesn't do anything. They're empty follows. And of course I got Mark into it too. So he, got some follows. He was happy. He got up over 100 followers or whatnot. Or I think it was, I do follow for follow if it's somebody like on Twitch trying to get their 50 followers to get affiliate. That I will help with without question. But after that, if you're already affiliate, you don't need nothing from me. But Mark got drug into it as well, and he ended up leaving. I left, and then eventually that whole thing like went to shit. Like, it imploded. Which it was around for a good little bit, but it eventually did implode, and I think ultimately that's how they all will end up. They will all implode.
Yeah, thinking back to that, I do remember when all of us came from Mixer over to Twitch. I remember those channels were crazy. So.
Yeah, and it's good for the person that's leading it. They get all the follows and stuff. But I remember NetDev, with his 20,000 followers, he applied for partner like 10 times, and they kept denying it because he had no fucking content. Like, all you're doing is a follow for follow scheme. Why do we want a partner who's just doing follow for follow so you can get more money? And people would, like, if you subscribe to the owner, he would have you in his rotation of auto hosts.
But what is that? That doesn't do much for you, because if he's got 20,000 people that he's rotating
depending
in his
on how
auto
many
hosts,
depending on how many people are subbed, what kind of, how often are you shown and for how long, really?
Yeah. It's the benefits do not.
But you don't think about that when you're, especially when you're new starting streaming and you have this opportunity to these follows have all started coming in. You don't know what to do with yourself. You're growing. You're excited. And if you spend $5 on this guy, he's going to put you in his auto host. You don't know how many subs he's got, but that's okay because he says he's going to put you in his auto host, and that makes it okay. That's your, that's how you,
that's exactly,
you reason it. That's how you make it worth your while. That's how you convince yourself that it's the best thing to do.
You're thinking that's, I saved on buying a Red Bull one day, or I saved on buying, something else that I really didn't need because that $5 is going to get me seen by everybody.
Everybody, quote unquote.
But in that philosophy, that's what you think when you first start streaming.
Yeah, I know.
Is if I pay that $5, everybody's going to see me, and it's going to give me all these opportunities.
I just don't stop at Starbucks one day a week, whatever.
Right, exactly.
And you reason it away.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought about it like that. Now listen to you, I never really thought about the logic or lack of logic, I should say, behind that. Now that I'm listening to you.
And honestly, if anything, I feel like that damages the streamer more. And I don't mean in viewership in terms of the stream itself. It damages them more mentally because it's going to set this expectation. And then when that expectation doesn't follow through, just like these hundreds of followers they have now, and they think they're Billy Badass, and then nobody ever shows up. Like, real life mental affection, like, effect. What is that going to cause them in real life? What is that going to cause them to do? What kind of depression spiral? Like, if you want to really get technical, let's talk about how that can really, outside of the streaming life, outside of the streaming world, how that can affect somebody. Would we even suspect that it could drive someone into such a deep depression that they kill themselves? Like, we really got to think about the bigger picture when it comes to these playing mind games with people, because it's not okay. And it can't be made okay because you're masking it behind a follow for follow growth scam bullshit. Like,
I think when you look at the streaming world in general nowadays, you have to have that very hardened heart, and very, like, you can't be as gentle about things anymore. Like, you have to call it as you see it, and call a spade, But I think that's the hard part, is because there are so many people dealing with so many mental health issues nowadays that you're right, you could say the wrong thing one place, and that one wrong thing could trigger somebody else to do something else that would be very harmful to themselves.
Yeah, because everybody handles their stuff differently. Some people can roll with the punches, and some people, they get knocked down hard with the punch,
Well, I thank God that I went through high school fat, because that got me a lot more thick skin for these people. I had so many people that would come in, into Twitch, my Twitch stream, because there for a while I was working third shift at a hotel, so I would do real life stream, like while I was getting everything prepped for the next morning. We're in the cooler, I'm freezing my tits off holding the cam, and we're just like, stacking up the pastries and shit for the continental breakfast the next morning, and talking, and that was a big hit with my viewers for the most part. But that's not to say that I didn't have those people that came in and would be like, you're fat, you need to lose weight, blah la 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 la, and I'm like, listen, you got a lot of other skinny bitches that are streaming. If you don't appreciate me and how I look, then ta-ta, bye, see ya. And actually, I got a lot of follows and people who stuck around because I stood up to them. I guess they respected that. And they're like, all right, I like you. And they would stay. But like that, yeah, I got a lot of that. And I'm thankful that my younger formative years kind of dulled the pain of those stabs.
See, I got lucky. I never had a lot of that. Very lucky I didn't have that. I probably wouldn't have handled that very well, because I was one of those, like, skinny bitches in high school.
Well,
and
see,
everybody
and the thing
was like,
everyone
damn.
loved me. Just,
Yeah.
I mean, like Mark says they do now. Everyone loved me in high school. I hung out with everybody. It didn't matter if you were a jock, if you were a prep, it didn't matter what you were.
Yeah.
But everyone knew me and liked me. No one liked me romantically. I didn't have a boyfriend all through high school.
you could filter into every group, but
right. But I wasn't a love interest for anyone because I was big. And I wasn't even that big. Like, I look back at pictures of me now, and I'm like, boy, if I looked like that now, I'd be a bombshell. What were these people thinking that they thought I was fat back then?
Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
Back then, if you were even, like, over a size 4, it was like, holy shit, there's something wrong with you.
12, 14. Like, I was just thick. I wasn't fat.
Yeah, no.
To be fair,
high school's rough.
High school.
Yeah.
That's putting it lightly.
And sometimes I feel like streaming on specific platforms, the green one now, from everything I hear, it's like fucking high school all over again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If not worse.
No, thank you.
I would say a better analogy that I've seen is it's a frat house mentality or a frat house scenario.
I can see that.
Going nuts and going wild.
It's like Girls Gone Wild with alcohol, with just nobody to babysit to make sure that everybody's behaving.
Fair. And I ain't got time to be nobody's babysitter, so peace out.
I'll be honest, I've never seen Girls Gone Wild, so I couldn't really compare to that.
Oh, you're kind of young for that.
No, I knew what it was.
I've
I just
heard
never
of it.
watched
I don't think I've ever watched it. All it was a bunch of titties. If I'm gonna watch something like that, I'm gonna watch hardcore porn. Fuck that.
If I'm gonna watch something like that, we're gonna be at the strip club, and I'm at least gonna be giving her dollar bills.
Okay, fair.
I'm gonna be putting that girl through college.
I have never lived near a quality strip club.
Okay.
I have a strip club right down the street. I've never been in it, but from everything I hear, them girls be looking funky. Okay.
Oh no, you need the good girls.
Yeah, and then there was one called Emerson's in Hickory that I went up from where I lived in North Carolina, and they were known for being not so attractive. And the Playhouse was the other one. It was better than Emerson's, but still not. Like, I've never been to a good, like, the girls are mwah strip club.
All I can say is if you really want a good strip club, you end up in Vegas because you get all the good strippers. Like, that is some high-class stripper action, but you're going to get a whole lot of side action with that if you're, there's a lot more that comes with that.
Well, then I feel like you go to Vegas, you're going to end up with something Ajax won't take off, and ain't nobody trying to do that.
Exactly. Exactly.
I just need to throw there. Only in one of the only on our streams, Bab, do we ever end up continue somehow. It's porn and like at least once a week.
I don't know if I would have been streaming GTA last night. Holy shit, y'all would have had a laugh.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
That's a whole other story. Anyway, getting back to streaming and gaming here, okay. Yeah. System XX it is.
Always XXX.
Always. If I'm around, it's gonna go there. I'm sorry. I live in the
No,
gutter.
you're good.
I have
I'm
a
not
nice
judging.
mansion
I'm just laughing at the fact that it never fails. Somehow, between food and sex, like that just seems to be a main staple in
My thing is,
Fred made that comment to Sky last night that's all we ever talk about is sex.
Look, I look at it this way. I would rather talk about things that are considered taboo to make them less taboo.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, sex is not anything that needs to be all... Now, if we're getting into, like, I'm telling you details of how many pubes I got, and, like...
We're going too far.
We've gone too far.
We've definitely gone way too far.
But, like, just in general, and that's the thing, like, some people can't grasp how I have the mouth of a sailor, and I'm a Christian.
God forgives us.
Well, not only that, but I also feel like who made the word fuck a bad word?
I'm waiting for the answer because I don't know.
Nobody knows.
But
because
nobody.
It's a societal construct. I don't even think that word was around in biblical times. So God didn't tell me that I couldn't say fuck. So while you think it's a cuss word and you think I shouldn't say it because I'm a Christian, you are basing that because you think it's a cuss word because society says it's a bad word.
And
not
that's
because
the
God
point.
says
Like,
it's a bad word.
Look at what society considers okay now.
Right.
Like if we're going based on societal outlooks,
so
I don't want to be enjoying what society enjoys. I want to enjoy what I enjoy.
Right, and they start spouting off biblical verses about foul mouth and all that. Okay, first of all, God cares what I say based on how I say it. If I say that's a bitch, he don't care. If I say you're a bitch, all of
He
a sudden
cares.
I've directed it at somebody maliciously.
Or
That
when you put it in
is the problem.
In a derogatory manner.
Right. If you are being vile or malicious to someone while using it, I could say, I hate you, you're stupid. Stupid's not a bad word. But if I'm directing that at you, meaning, like, I'm intending to hurt, intending to be mean, I'm not even cussing, but I have a foul mouth towards you. So, come at me less with me cussing and being a Christian, because I'm a Christian. I love Jesus. And I will still cuss, probably until the day I die. Because I can't help it. I've tried to stop. Anyway, that's fine. I don't know how we got on
I was just thinking
biblical.
No, you're
No.
on a side note to this whole topic at hand. For educational purposes, the word fuck really hit its stride in the 15th and 16th centuries, according to Google.
Well,
I knew you were gonna
after
look that
Christ.
up.
Well after Christ.
I knew he was going to look that up. Oh my God, my walk-in Wikipedia.
I think the only quote-unquote cuss word that I know that was around in biblical times was an ass. And that wasn't really a cuss word. It was a fucking
And
donkey.
that's because we were talking about donkeys.
Yeah. So whoever made this construction of cussing, swearing, bad words, again, now I will tell you, you have to be careful because, yeah, just cussing, that's not, God don't care. But if
when you use it at other people.
Yes, but when you let cussing in at all, it makes it easier to start directing at other people. Because the first thing you're going to say when you're angry is a cuss word. So you have to be mindful.
Unfortunately, I'm very, very guilty of that.
But at the same time, like I just said, I cannot cuss at you, but say something mean to you, and it's still the same thing. So if I don't cuss and I'm still gonna say you are so stupid, mean because you didn't understand something I tried to tell you.
You're hurting that person's
I'm still
feelings.
hurting that person without cussing. So does it matter if I said you're so stupid or you're fucking stupid? No, it doesn't matter because it's the same intent. So.
Because especially if you say it to the wrong word, who maybe you don't know it, but maybe they have
developmental disability or something like that.
Thank you. I was looking for the right wording there. That could definitely have a much bigger impact than you stupid asshole.
Right. Well,
or you asshole. Again, excuse me, you asshole. I'm taking the stupid word out.
I
take the stupid word out of it and put the word in there.
I am 100% a 90s kid. Like, nothing offends me, and it irritates the shit out of me that other people get offended by such stupid shit. And I know some people are like, well, we know better now for some of it. Okay, cool, but nobody died before. Like, calm down. Because I'll tell you what, take for example, I'm not going to say it, but the R word. Okay, who gets offended by that?
To be fair, I would say any parent who with a child that could be...
The point is, only people who aren't get offended.
Because people who are don't know that they are.
So they don't care.
They don't know that they're to be offended by it.
So who does it really hurt? Not saying that it's right to say. It's trying to give a broad perspective concept here.
No, I get what you're...
No, but think about it this way. When you've got a little kid and they're learning to walk and they fall for the first time and you hear that, and then they think that they're hurt and they're supposed to cry. It's that same concept when you're using certain language with your children. If you say a cuss word or you say something that is perceived as to be wrong, people think, okay, we've instilled it in them that word is wrong. Like you taught them, okay, you fell, I made that noise, now you know to cry.
Right.
So it's we taught them that if you say, hey, you're not supposed to say the R word, but somebody says it and then you get all hostile and be like, oh my God, how could you do that?
You've taught them to freak out when somebody does
that.
So
not to just embrace
you set the expectation that it's bad.
Yes.
Even if I say something is the R word, that has nothing to do with anybody.
Right.
But because they've created this thing about it, like I can't. They take it so far, and if you choose to see offense around every corner, there's always going to be something to be offended about.
And I think that's the point that anybody listening needs to understand is you're not directing it, you're not saying every single person, you're looking at the broad scale, but the biggest point behind it is looking to take offense to everything in itself is asinine.
And it doesn't do anything but make shit worse. Like, it's really...
Take offense to the things that matter to you on a personal level, but don't say, oh, he said this, but I'm not this, or it doesn't really affect,
Well, it's like, okay, look at it this way. If you call a girl a hoe, she's only going to be offended if she's a hoe.
Yes.
No.
Again,
No.
But at the same time...
But think about it. We've taught people that these are, like, you know what I mean?
Maybe if this was maybe we'll go just as short as 5 years ago. The world's a lot different now. There are plenty of women out there who take that as a compliment. So.
Right, but that's my point. Like, when I was a kid, if you called a girl a hoe, it's because she was a hoe. You had a reason to call her a hoe. It wasn't just a word when you walk by somebody and you were like, hey, hoe, like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Now we use words in passing that when we said them previously, that was an offensive word because that's what you were. We were calling you out for your shit.
Yeah. So
I mean,
it's both sides of the coin in that respect.
Yeah. So like, I mean,
some things have lessened up, but then others have just become absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, exactly. And it's like, where do we draw that line?
And a lot of times that's society as a whole, because this day and age, people rely so heavily on social media, mainstream media.
And they believe anything that they read. If it's on the internet, it can't possibly be wrong, or it can't possibly be misconstrued. It's the absolute truth.
And I think that's something that we have failed. I think I feel like I failed at it as a parent. Like, when you're raising your kids, you get to that point where they hit a certain age and like the social media starts to play that factor into it. And you find that point where you are fighting to get that attention back, but they're so caught up in what's right there in front of them and they want to be in that social media. It's such a bad place to be because we have erased the ability to actually converse with people and have conversations face to face.
Especially
like, it's
hard
so much
conversations.
Yeah, everybody's answer is oh, I can send a text message. Oh, I can send an email. My thing comes down to it is if it's really that damn important, I want to look you in the eye and I want to say what I have to say.
I love you, but I'm just going to interject here. That doesn't necessarily apply to you, because how many times have we been sitting just 5 feet from each other and you'll send me a Snapchat message?
Because half the time I think that I'm going to come off half-cocked stupid and I don't want to be dumb and make a problem out of something that is not a problem. It's easier for me to just be like, hey, this is where we're at. Call a spade a spade. You called it out as you saw it.
I'm just saying. But
we've taught our children to be that way. We have taught our children to not be able to communicate.
Hold on, because that's going to go down a whole different rabbit hole. No, because that could easily, going back to what Dana said, some people could get offended by that or take that in a negative way, because that comes down to the parent when it comes to kids and stuff, and that we could be back and forth for the next 3 hours.
Neither of mine have social media, and they won't for a long time. The 14-year-old doesn't even have social media. I'm not doing it.
Love it. I wish we had done that with our kids.
I really wish we had.
Changes.
Yeah.
But my next point, though, and because going on this topic, as a content creator, let's take, because we brought him up earlier, Nick Merckx, for example. Do you think a content creator like Nick Merckx, do you feel has a responsibility to set an example for his audience?
I would say yes. Well, I mean,
I'm being very loose, so don't.
An example for what he might like. His example may not be the same as someone else's example, but yes, I would imagine that any like childish behaviors, any arguments, any name calling, all of that, if he's not about that he would not do that and would obviously step in if any in his congregation, we'll call him, did the same. Like, if not only do you need to be an example and act how you would want your people to act, but you have to do the hard part of being like the parent and punishing the actions that are not cohesive to the unit.
Okay.
But yes, I do feel like that is something, like, I'm not gonna, if I'm streaming and I know someone who has a pedophile record is coming in my stream, I'm probably gonna block them immediately.
Okay.
Because I don't care what you have to say. I don't care if you think I'm pretty. I don't care if you want to see me play this game. I don't want you here because, whoa.
That's a stigma you can't get away from. You allowed this person in your stream.
That is...
That's not even a stigma. That's a behavior that,
yeah.
definitely...
But that, like, if I were to ignore that and let them stay and converse, especially knowing that there could be potentially children in my stream, then I, as the streamer who is bringing all of these people together, you have a responsibility to the people you're bringing together. Because they're coming together because of you. So you have a responsibility to keep them safe, to keep them happy. Well, I mean, relatively. I use that loosely. But, like, you're not their literal parent, but, you know, you're providing a good, safe space for them.
You're being a role model.
Right. And as a role model, you have to be responsible for that kind of thing.
Okay, so you pretty much have answered this question, but to get a definitive yes or no on it, and I know a lot of people hate this phrase, but as a smaller content creator, smaller meaning a smaller viewer base, okay?
Right.
You feel
Big six right here.
So, but as a we'll say as somebody with less of a following compared to, or a viewership compared to somebody like Nick Merckx or Ninja or Timothy, do you still feel like you have a responsibility to be a role model?
Yes.
Okay.
For sure.
We pretty much said it, but I just, like I said, I wanted to put a definitive yes or no to
one
it.
person at a time. That's all you have to. That's all. Like, I might have a smaller base, but if one person out of my base, that can amplify. It's just like, you know, you tell one person one thing, and they go and tell 4 others. All of a sudden, you now have 5 with one telling. It's the same concept. You guide, help. I mean, I'm not a therapist, but I swear to God, some people on Twitch thought I was. And they would come in my stream and they would tell me all their life stories, and I was expected to, like, that kind of puts me on the spot, and I don't necessarily like it, but I didn't shy away from it. I didn't say, please stop doing that, like, because they would come in and have these, like, really sad stories. Their wife died and they were moving on, and then they got remarried and they cheated, and that went to hell, and it was just always something, and that can bring down the whole chat, the whole stream. Like, that's heavy stuff. So
that's when you tell them my DMs are open.
Yeah, I probably should have, but, like,
well, I mean, that comes down to the person, though, because I've been
because you don't know that you want to have that in your DMs though all the time either.
No, not even just
that's
that.
Who I'm talking about.
Some people are okay with being that kind of a person. They want to be that, you know, hey, you know, come talk to me.
Nope.
To an extent, I don't have a problem with that, but when literally every time that you show up in my stream, which is not all the time, so you're not, you know, a regularly being supportive, and the times you do show up, you have some heavy shit to drop. Like, come on.
I get it, because in some cases, depending on, and it's circumstantial, because circumstance could be different between a person, but that could almost be a, hey, let me see how you respond to this. So it's almost like, let me just tell you a story to see your response and, you know, gauge you. So
right.
And then you figure if every time you see them, they're doing that, becomes an attention issue all of a sudden.
That's what I'm saying, is that the waiting.
Yeah.
This day and age, it almost feels like somebody's, you know, lurking around every corner waiting for you to trip up so they can call you out for it and make a spectacle for their own
cancel culture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or just the, you know, they want the impressions on Twitter.
Well, yeah.
You know. I got botched on my stream saying that's called trauma dumping, which in itself can bring somebody down, you know, to a point where it's like
trauma dumping. That is a nice term. I like that.
It's better than what we are saying, attention seeking.
Well, I mean, better doesn't mean not true.
But yeah,
that could also, going back to the whole mental health bit that we touched on, that could affect somebody's mental health because and their perspective on things, because if that's all you're hearing is negative, 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 suddenly you're turning that stream off and it's like, well, he said this, oh shit, that's kind of how I see this here in my life, and then suddenly that can alter your behind the scenes perspective on things as well. So we as people should be careful as to how much trauma we're dumping on somebody else.
Yeah, so then your whole mental state's altered. And I tell you what, sometimes me and Mark can get into a little tiff prior to either one of us streaming, and instantly we're both like, I don't even want to stream now. So if that's just from us, like a little argument, imagine every single time someone comes in your stream, just like this huge, like,
dump overload.
Yeah, like, so and so died. I got remarried. Great, good job. My brain cancer came back. Fuck, all right. Like, I cheated on my wife. Why the fuck did you cheat on her? You just, what? Like, not only do you want to wring their neck, but you have to be respectful, and at the same time, you're being recorded, you're on stream, people can clip, well, they could on Twitch, not on live space, but, like, you don't want to say something that can be clipped and taken out of context, so you got to be caring enough, like, it's too much.
That's an excellent point, because going back to, I hate to keep recycling the same person, there was a clip that circulated about a month or two ago, and I honestly, I think it's recycled from before that. There's a video of him on Twitter talking about LGBTQ and Apex, and there's something that happened there. I forget the details to it, and I had to watch it multiple times because something, like, I was watching it and I was seeing something, but my brain didn't process it. I suddenly realized that the clip was edited, and it had been edited to a point to where he was basically, it made him look like he was trashing Apex for being a LGBT supporter. And I'm like, all you people out here are bashing on this guy, but you're missing the key. And what clued me in is 1 minute he's looking to one direction, and then without even turning his head, he's suddenly looking at it, and that's when I caught it. I was like, that's a fucking doctored video. And to your point, you never know.
And it's crazy what they can do now with all that shit.
Yeah. But you figure if you you have one clip that's misinterpreted on somebody who's emotionally dumped on you, and say you think you're giving sound advice, and that's the other hard,
all kind of way.
That, and then what happens if you think you're giving sound advice and then that person turns around and does something to themselves because they handled this, what you had to say, a totally different way than what you meant it? Like, the personal toll that takes on you to know that I am not comfortable with giving advice to people for that reason, because I do not want to be held accountable for somebody else's actions because they didn't like something that I said.
Then at the same time,
you know what I mean?
If that happens anyway, or they do that thing, they harm themselves or whatever, and you left it alone, now you have to wonder, if I had tried to give advice, could I have changed the outcome?
Or if I gave that advice and then they harmed themselves, should I have not given that advice?
So either
it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, either way. Like, that's the only thing I dislike about what Botch said as trauma dumping is, I don't have a problem being that listening ear. I don't have a problem being a friend when you need one, and when you need to get it off your chest, or when you need some advice, I'll do my best. But, again, if every time I see you, you have this something to tell me that is extremely negative or extremely emotional or an extremely quote-unquote bad thing, like, we gotta talk. There's a problem here.
Then that's trauma dumping.
Right. I agree.
I don't mind the occasional, hey, I got some stuff. Right, but Botch, I get that, but that's your stream. And if you are, venting about something or whatever, that's different. You are giving your own perspective. You are not being relied upon and having that expectation set that someone else...
That you're the therapist.
Yeah. I mean, you can be your own therapist. But
I don't know. Like, there are days.
I mean, fair. But I don't want the responsibility of being, I'll be a friend and I'll be a listening ear, but as far as like a full-blown therapist every time I see you enter my stream, that can't happen anymore. If he ever does come over here to live space, I'm gonna have that conversation. Like, bro, I can't keep doing this. Because it was just too much. It was always something.
So, my question then is, so we can maybe put a fine point on it. Do you think so? You think there's a difference between a streamer sharing about their life and it being, let's say, 60% of the time, to be as fair as possible. 60% of the time is more negative because they had a lot of negative experiences. Because like somebody could have had a very hard life and they're sharing their life and how they overcame it and everything. So but that can be damaging. It could be, hey, he's fucking talking about his trauma every time I come in here, and it's always something different and something new, versus the viewer coming in. Are you saying that there's a difference in that?
I honestly believe so, and I'll tell you why. One, the streamer is giving, well, in my instance, okay, the viewer, it was all current items every time it was something new currently. A streamer giving, they had a bad life, they're giving advice about past experiences. People share their experiences all the time on all different sites, on all different kinds of media, etc., to provide knowledge for those who may encounter that same thing. Second of all, the streamer is the streamer. If they want to talk about it, they want to talk about it. The viewer has the option to stop watching. The viewer, if they want to complain, has the option to unfollow and find someone else to watch. The streamer, when the viewer continues to come in, the streamer can't get away with that without, they can't get away from it without coming off as rude, uncaring, or again, something doctored and they appear,
fake.
Completely fake, or, a bitch,
uncaring,
or, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very different between the two, yes, in my opinion.
Okay. So, getting back to more how you've grown as a streamer, because these are all topics I could sit here and talk to you about, like I said, all fucking night long.
We could do this all night long, yeah.
This is my bread and butter. I love the psychology aspect behind it. So like I could easily go, so maybe we can come back and talk about the psychology, behind all this stuff, What do you do to promote yourself? Like, how do you find that you're growing? Like, do you do anything special? Because I'm gonna be honest, I poked at your Twitter earlier this morning just to be prepared for this question. You don't. Maybe I'm missing it, or maybe I'm not looking at it the right way. But you don't seem to be very active on Twitter, at least right now. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, that is. I actually don't much care for Twitter. I haven't ever really cared for Twitter.
Okay.
I honestly post more on Live Space than I do on Twitter. But I'm trying to get into the habit again of, like, especially when I go live. I probably won't ever do any serious posting on Twitter. I did post about our Misfit Mad Money on Twitter. And I do try to remember now to add that into my rotation of going live posts. But ever since Twitter became X, again, even when Twitter was Twitter, I wasn't a real fan. But that again, it all comes back to me being, like, terrible at networking. I fucking hate networking. I just want to be me. People hop in the stream, like, they're looking for new people to watch, and they like me, so they stay. Like, I fucking hate networking so much.
So would it be safe to say that you're more comfortable with just people just stumbling upon you and just growing it that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you are very much like me in that aspect. I struggle with networking 100% because I feel like you're only getting bits and pieces of me.
Well, not only that, but you never know when you're networking with someone who has ulterior motives, who's just using you for what you can give them, who, like, or at the same token, they don't know if you're using them. Like, they don't know that you're a genuine person.
Well, and my thoughts on that is it's an interesting point, because at its core, networking, whether anybody wants to admit it or not, you're networking to use somebody. Because at its base, why are you networking? You want that person to eventually come to your stream. If you didn't want them to come to your stream, what are the odds of that you'd be talking to them as likely. Maybe you would still be, depending on who they are, right? But on a grand scale, would you really be talking to some of these people if you weren't trying to?
Well, I sure as fuck wouldn't talk to you. No, I'm kidding.
And that's
on the kettle black.
I
No,
had to take that opportunity. You opened the door, and I Kool-Aid man through it.
It made me laugh. I had to wait. It almost flew past my head. I'm not gonna lie, but no. But honestly, I mean, if we're gonna be honest here, at its core, why are we networking?
I mean, I get it. I get it.
But
we're selling ourselves.
On a more personal level, we're networking because, honestly, yes, we want people in our streams, but we also want to meet people. Like, we love gaming. We love whether you're a gamer or you like these kinds of streams where people are talking or chatting or podcasts because, depending on the topic, you're yes, you're looking to meet creators, but you're also looking for content. Whether you're going to spend more time talking to the person or watching the content, something about that is content.
People to play with, like
exactly.
People to play League with, people to play Valorant with. It doesn't come with, and that's the thing. Like, no, the problem with not knowing if anyone's genuine. Like for me, I'm a genuine person. If I don't want to talk to you, I'm not going to talk to you. If I do want to talk to you, I'm going to talk to you. I'm not using anybody for what they can give me. I'm not that kind of person. So I like meeting people, but I don't have friends IRL. I have maybe 2, and they're football families that I've met with my son playing football. And we've had girls' nights where about 5 of us from the football team, the moms, went out, had a dinner, just kind of hanging out. But that's about the extent of it. Other than that, I'm literally at home or I'm at work. Those are the only 2 locations you will find me outside of those very rare mom nights. So I need human interaction. I need friendship. I need laughter. And not that I don't get laughter from Mark or kicking his ass. I get joy from that. Like, I have...
Just a disclaimer, chat. They are a very happily together couple.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just... It's all in... Well, it's not all in fun. Sometimes there is intent to hurt. But it's like... It's WWE intent to hurt. Like, we just whoop each other's fucking ass. It's not abuse intent to hurt. But... I like having, like, League, I'll play 1 or 2 games, and if nobody's on, which is generally the case, I get right the fuck back off. It's not fun without having someone to talk to chat with, to fuck around with. It's not fun even winning on League if I'm by myself. It still gets boring.
Yeah.
So...
No, I get what you're saying.
I'm always on the lookout just to have somebody to talk to. Like, when I was playing New World, and I was on late at night with the guys in the group, because I had a guild, and most of them were dudes. And, Mark was all like, who the fuck are you talking to over there? All these dudes. And I was like, shut up. But, like, we would just talk and shoot the shit. Because in all honesty, I'm just one of the guys. Like, I burp. I fart. I don't care. Like, I am literally one of the guys. Except the fact that I have a vagina. I don't have a penis. It's the only thing keeping me from being a guy. But, like, I'm very tomboyish. I don't care. And guys can be comfortable around me. They don't have to, some dudes get really weird around females because they gotta act a certain way or not do certain bodily functions or whatever. I'm not her. I'm not that one. Okay. But I try to find lots of friends, and it doesn't work out much at all. Like, I'll add people, I'll have people I play with, and then all of a sudden I never hear from them again. I play that one night with them, I add them because we're having fun, and then never again. And I end up deleting them off my list. Like, long-standing friends, and I don't know if that's an online thing, a streaming thing, or a me thing, but
yeah, you never know. It could be the one thing. You go on a week-long family vacation, come back and you find that they moved on because I was gone for it. I'm sorry, I couldn't sit down on my console or my PC and play with you. But...
Yeah, like you found a whole new group and replaced me just like that. Like, all right, cool.
Get it?
But I'm not about that life. Like, that's not the kind of friendships I want. So
you want something that you sustain.
You want it to be real.
Yeah, like me and Craig. Ekins. I don't know if y'all saw him in my chat. He made a live space account just so he could watch my stream. But I met him playing Destiny one on Xbox like 10 years ago.
Okay.
And I've seen him in person. He lived with me for like a couple of weeks. He came up for a vacation from Florida when I was in North Carolina. He lived with me and my ex-husband, just to hang out. And like, he's my best friend. Like, that's my dude.
Okay.
And
that's awesome.
He's probably the only one I can think of that has there were other friends in that group, but he's the only one I think that has lasted. And we we go months without talking sometimes, but we always pick up just like we never left. It's like,
okay.
But that I think he's like the only one that I've maintained through all the years. It's crazy to me. Hi, Zen.
See, I think that is a test of true character. Like, because I do agree, like, when you meet people in your gaming and you think it's good, then you find it isn't what you thought it was, or they just, like, they ghost you and you're done.
Right.
And we and we live in a world where a lot of people's mentality is people are disposable. It's easy to kick them to the curb when it's no longer convenient, or to,
Yep.
But again,
and that's so sad because people are not disposable. People have feelings. People have that irks me that people are seen that way. Like, what's the quote? Nowadays, people love things and use people, or something like that.
I know what you mean. Yeah, something like that.
Oh, I think, what is it? It's people love things and use people instead of loving people and using things.
Something like that. Yeah, it's crazy to me.
So you made comments you made references to various games. So you don't play any one type of genre?
No, not at all. I can tell you 2 type of genres that I do not play though.
Okay.
That is sports and racing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I take that back.
See you racing.
The only sports game, and I don't even know if I guess it's a sport. It is a sport, but like, it's not one. When you say sports, what do you think of? Like, what games do you think of? Sports games,
like hockey, football.
Right. So my thing is golf. I will play the shit out of a golf game, but that's it.
That's not a sport.
But it
yes,
is.
It is.
It's a hobby.
No, it's a sport.
For me, it's a hobby.
No, it requires skill and training to get good at it, because now you can't just pick up a golf club and walk out there and hit a ball and actually do good. And trust me, I've seen
MLB
you at mini
sometimes, but golf.
I've seen Lady at miniature golf. Trust me, not everybody can just pick up a golf club and go out there.
Nope, I cannot.
Isn't golf in the Olympics?
No, ma'am.
Oh, it will be before long. But the Masters, like, they make big bucks play. It's a sport, for sure.
No, I know it's a sport. I just think of it as being like for me.
I don't. Yeah, that's why I said I
think
sport,
of it as a hobby, but
yes, it is. Golf is an Olympic sport.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Googled it.
I did not know that.
The master of Google over here. If we say anything we're unsure of, Google's got it.
Prior to the Rio 2016 Olympic Games, golf had featured on the Olympic program on just 2 occasions, and just recently it became a Olympic sport because
still is.
2016. It started in 2016 and then 2020, but until 2016 it had not been in the Olympics since 1900 and 1904.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, so it had a good long break in there.
That's hella long.
Wow.
I mean, to be fair, it took the Cubs almost a century to win the World Series. So,
all right, we won't talk about the Lions and the Lombardi.
Yeah.
I was bummed for the Lions.
I was too. Once the Eagles were out, I didn't have a dog in the fight, so I was all about the Lions.
Yeah, I think they should have had it over the Chiefs. I think they had a better season. I was expecting it to be the Niners and the Lions for the longest time.
Yeah, the Chiefs had to win. It was part of the script.
Yeah.
But racing and sports aside from golf, and occasionally MLB. I don't like streaming MLB because it's very boring to watch, I feel like, but I love playing it. Golf is fun to watch because I always have some fucking shenanigans going on. So.
Okay, so do you watch golf outside of streaming?
I do. Well, I don't actively search for it, but if I see it's on, I will watch it just because it's calming. I don't like watch their swing and try to study anything, but like just the commentators, you know, they're sitting talking like this, and I'm just like, sleep. Like, I love it. Golf is so calming to watch for me, but to play it, it's always some bullshit. Like, always some shenanigans.
Do you ever pre-plan your content?
No.
No, it's pretty much when you're going live, it's whatever you're in the mood for.
Well, I mean, like today I was pretty sure I was going to play Baldur's Gate. I've been playing it. I even played it some before stream. I got a little farther in it off stream. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and play this. But as far as like my week, planning my week of, you know, if I stream, I'm going to stream this, or, you know, people have, I stream this type of game on this day and this type of game on this day. Like, nah, fuck that. I'm going to play whatever I want, because what if I just am not feeling that particular game? I've either got to break the schedule, or, and then I feel bad about that because people are going to come in thinking they're getting this game and they're not. Like, nah, it's what I want to play, and if you don't want to watch it, fine, I will see you next time, or not, whatever. But I'm almost 40 years old. A little over a month, I'll be 40. I could get, fuck you, Zen! Don't you start your shit. Every time this man comes in my chat, I start yawning. I don't know what it is. My body now knows when I see Zen's name, I yawn. But I forgot what the fuck I was saying. He got me distracted.
Which, you know, I'm going to throw that is actually a cool thing. You know, you should see about putting a counter in your stream, and because that's just funny to me.
Oh, fuck you! Damn it. But yeah, I'm almost 40 years old. I don't give a shit what anybody thinks. The odds of me ever making it big and being a famous streamer at this point have pretty much, they're dead. I'm just doing what I do. Like, yeah, I would love to have this as a job. Like you said before, like, you're not gonna pretend you're the saint, because yeah, it is about money, but it doesn't have to solely be about money. Yeah, I'd like to make enough money to fully stream.
Invest more into it. I get you.
Like, period. But that's, at this point, it's never gonna happen. I have no disillusionment about that. Like, no one wants to watch a fat middle-aged woman to the extent that she becomes like Tim the Tatman big. Like, nah, ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. But
yeah, I would disagree with that.
That said, I really could give a fuck less what anybody thinks about me. And it's been a long time since, like, it's been a long time coming for me to say that. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm still that emo person that if I feel like somebody's talking to me in a different tone, I'm gonna be like, what'd I do? What's wrong? That's not what I mean. But I mean, as far as from a streaming standpoint, if you don't like what I'm doing, if you don't like how I look, go the fuck somewhere else.
Do you feel like that came with time with streaming, or do you feel like you had that when you walked into it? Because I am not that person. When I turn on that stream, if you were to look at me and say, hey, lady, I love your content, but I don't love you, you would probably watch me cry. Like, let's be real. That's just me, because I am
it came
so...
with time. It did come with time. So I think you still have hope. Okay.
I hope so.
But it just comes down to you, like, as far as streaming goes, I know I'm funny. I know I'm kind. I know I'm generous. I know that I am worth anybody's time. If they don't know that, that's not my problem.
Fuck 'em.
And you see, that touches on probably the biggest issue I have when it comes to content creators, streamers, whatever you want to call them. Because I know here in my space they don't want to call them streamers, they want to call them content creators, but everybody else calls them streamers.
Right.
Everybody has something unique to them. You know, and I talked about this with System, and I talked about this with Ram.
Mm-hmm.
Your content, the unique aspect to your content, you know, especially for people like us here, you know, not sitting here with thousands of people, you know, fighting to get a word in. You know, it's not the gameplay, because shit, there's other people on live space alone doing podcasts and just chatting sessions with people. There's people playing Baldur's Gate. There are people playing Valorant. It's you. You're the unique aspect to it. And there's so many people that have great personalities and are phenomenal people that unfortunately go undiscovered for however long. And sometimes, they need that one clip to end up on somebody's radar.
Right. That one break. That's all they need.
And sometimes that really is all it takes, is that one bit of observation to say, hey, look at this person. She's pretty cool. And then you go from there, and suddenly that could be, you get 10 more viewers, and then it's like you said, it chains out from there. Those 10 people could tell 2 of their friends, so now 10 has become what, 20,
right.
20 people, and so on and so forth. Word of mouth is huge, and that's where it all ties back into being a role model, making sure you're being yourself, and being a true person. I've fallen in that trap of trying to chase the content and be something I'm not. Some days I still sit here and say, okay, well, what do I got to do to get noticed a bit more? I think that's 2, by the way.
Fuck you!
So we're always evolving, always learning, always trying to keep ourselves out of that mentality. Just gotta make it the best that you can. But I love the fact that you are so straightforward about it. This is who you are. Love it or leave it, and your personality is what it's gonna bring people in.
I hope so, because I mean, like, I help, like, the whole Misfit Mad Money thing. It's something I've always wanted to start, but you get people that are untrusting of something like this because they don't know for sure what's going on with it, where the money's going,
we had that concern. What happens? How do we stop people from scamming it?
Right. So but it's something I've always wanted to do. Like, and some people got big off that. Like Mr. Beast does shit like that all the time. Like, I mean, people do good things for other people, and now sometimes, yeah, they probably do it for the views. But we're not recording any of it. We're just doing it to do it. So, I mean, like, we can't be accused of, oh, you just recorded doing that good deed for the attention it would get you. Well, no.
Exactly.
So, but
I think for us, it's the giving.
Yeah. Let me tell you. So here's a sad story. It's not sad. It is sad. You'll understand why I say it's sad, but I'm saying sad sarcastically. My best friend, the one that I told you got me into streaming, well, she was my best friend. Like, I fell in love with her. Like, legitimately. And, she could have asked for anything and I would have given it to her. So, between me taking out a loan to help her and her wife get caught up on their house payment so they didn't lose the house, and putting my name on a car for her, etc., etc. I mean, I still have not seen the $14,000 that she owes me for all of the shit that I paid off when I sold my house to move up to PA. Oh. That's the kind of person I am. Like, not saying that to toot my own horn, but $14,000. And I trusted her to pay it back. I trusted her to make the payments that were due and all that other shit. And it ended up me making those payments. And not too long ago, she even messaged me and was like, I'll try to start paying you like $100 a week to start getting some of that down. Okay, that's fine. Ain't seen a penny. Yeah.
Ouch.
But that doesn't stop me from giving when I have it. And that's like, if I have extra, yeah, I could put it into savings, but if I know someone else needs it, or it would make someone else's day, like for Christmas this past year, the boys didn't get anything from me. One of the football families, they're not struggling for money, they're not hurting, but I knew it would make their kids and the parents' day to receive some love on Christmas. So all of the money was spent on buying them a bunch of gifts, and we went over to their house and they opened their gifts. They had some for us. It wasn't like it was one-sided completely, but like when I say they got gifts, like a mound of gifts. And that's was okay. Awesome, like it made them happy. They were excited to open their gifts. It wasn't like the parents, of course, were like, fuck, Dana, why? They were upset because I spent so much money. I didn't care. Like, if I can make their Christmas a little better, whereas my kids weren't needing anything. If my kids asked for clothes, that's how, like, what the fuck would I have bought them?
That's how they're taken care of.
Right. Like, they don't need anything. They don't really want anything. Like, they're so hard to buy for. They're at 14 years old and 12 years old. I don't know what the fuck to buy, you fuckers. Like, the hell? So,
right.
We took that money and put it elsewhere to make another family's. Again, they didn't need anything, but it made them happy. It brought smiles. It brought, togetherness whenever we went over there a couple days before Christmas and watched them open everything. And, like, that's what I'm about. Like, that's just who I am as a person.
No, I get it.
And honestly, this day and age, it's getting harder and harder to find people like that. So
I'm a rare breed. I know that. Not to toot my own horn, but I am. And that, I mean, there may be more like me that are, in near their 40s, but when you go, like 35 and under, you're pushing it. Yeah, Mr. 34.
My generation is the generation that was the give back generation. We were raised. We were raised that way. We were taught to think less of ourselves and to think more of others.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to instill in the boys and in Mark.
Yeah.
See, and I will disagree with that to an extent. I think there are I've met plenty of good parents out there who have tried to keep or to teach that mentality. Going back to social media has influenced it to where kids think that, or the younger generation thinks, oh, I gotta have the nice car, I gotta have that nice pair of shoes. They have to look flashy, and so they drop all their money on it.
And but at the same time, as a parent, you have to negate that or get them off of it. Like,
we tried with one.
I think and I agree with you to a degree. The battle, when you're battling, when you see it,
it also depends on the ages too.
Yeah.
Once they start becoming more their own person, you kind of fuck.
That's and all you can do after a certain point is hope that you have done your job well enough to where they carry the principles that you teach them. Because you could have done everything right, then your 18-year-old goes off to college, or whatever age when they go to college or the military, they go out on their own, and suddenly they have all these influences, and you're not there every day to
help guide them.
Right. And you got to hope your influence holds up from far away in the face of these active and very present influences.
And that's hard sometimes. Yeah. Very hard.
Yep.
Sorry, a lot of heavy topics. I'm thinking back to where, because Lady and I was talking about it, there's so many things we could have done better as parents. We
100%.
With a lot of stuff. So you got me thinking, kind of reflecting on ourselves here for a minute.
Raising 5 kids and trying to do your best, you do what you can do, and you hope that it's enough. But when you do look back, you damn well know there's more you could have done.
Excuse me 1 second. Go ahead and keep talking.
I completely agree on that there is more we could have done to make things better and to make situations better.
But at the same time, it is what it is. Like, you can't go back and change it. So there's no, you can't beat yourself up over it.
No, I can't go back and change it. I've got to, I adore my, absolutely adore my oldest, who's going to be 24. And, I feel like that is the one I failed the most. Like, he was my guinea pig. And as much as we got it better with the next ones, like I look at him now and I just find myself going, where did we go wrong? How did we fail him so epically? And then I also have to look back and say, we didn't fail him, he failed himself.
True.
You know, some of the choices he's made were his choice to make as an adult. And I can only say we instilled what we instilled in him, and the choices that he's chosen to make now are his alone. So I can't entirely say it was our fault.
Well, and sometimes you can instill all the good in the world.
Right.
And that still won't change the decisions they make when it comes time for them to make their choices.
Exactly.
So,
And I hope to God that he wakes up and realizes how short his life is going to be.
yeah. So being on the topic of kids, and we talked about being a role model as a streamer, do you allow kids in your streams?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I mean, generally I have the 18 plus tag,
Right.
just because of the language and sometimes the conversation. But yeah, I don't care. My kids come in my streams.
Well, I asked because I've seen streamers that will literally ban somebody. I've actually watched a streamer ban somebody who came in and let it slip that they were 16. I've seen people get rid of kids as young as 12, and because they don't want to, they're worried about perception or wrong points getting across or.
Okay, I get that, but first of all, if they're 16, they're getting a lot worse at school.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I get you. I'm just saying I've seen it, so.
That's crazy to me. I wouldn't, I don't care if someone comes in and says they're 8. I'll be like, okay, well, keep in mind there's some language, and, I would try to keep it down. I would definitely, if I know they're in the stream, I'm going to actively try to be better on the role model side, but, I'm not going to be like,
yeah.
No, you can't be here.
We've had that where lead gets this young man who comes in, he's sweet as can be, but he's way below age, and it's like you said, you really have to watch the things that come out of your mouth.
Yeah.
No, I just
my stream is not family friendly at all, but if I have someone of a younger age, I'm gonna try to be as family friendly as I can be. Now that it's a tall order for me, but I mean, I'm not gonna be throwing the words around like "suck a dick" if there's an 8-year-old in my stream. I might say "damn," I might say "fuck" actually, but I ain't gonna be super extra vulgar like I normally am. At least I'm gonna try not to be.
Well, I'm asking because, and correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there a time where Twitch, maybe I'm thinking of Mixer, I might have the wrong platform, so hopefully somebody listening will correct me or confirm this, but one of the two platforms had it to where if you got caught with I'm thinking it's Mixer now more than anything, if you got caught and if your stream wasn't marked appropriately, you could actually get in trouble for having kids of a certain age.
I think that was Mixer.
Was that Mixer?
I don't remember
that
being
was
on
Mixer.
Twitch, but then again, I wouldn't know because I always have my shit marked 18 plus if it's an option. Always.
I want to think it was. I really want to say I think it was Mixer because when we first started on Mixer and I was streaming Minecraft for a while, we had to make sure mine was marked 18 plus because I would get all those kids that would come in and my mouth and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To be fair, you were not as bad as you are now, so.
I thought I'd gotten better.
God, no. You got worse.
He said, God, no. That was a definitive no in your favor.
But I see that as a good thing because she's more comfortable to let loose. She's not so reserved or trying to. It's kind of like what you said, Dana. Not worried about pleasing people and being more comfortable as being her and take it or leave it as it is.
Yeah.
So I don't view that as a bad thing. I see that as a good thing. But no, I was just curious, like I said, because we're talking about streaming, but we're also talking about these other topics.
Yeah, we gotta get ladies some thicker skin.
We do, 100%. We do. It is something we're working on.
In her defense, there's a lot. There's a long backstory as to why she's at the point that she's at. So
I don't doubt that.
Conversation for another day.
That's an off-stream conversation.
No, that's something that we can definitely talk about some other time. But anyway, everybody's different, and I think that's something that we can definitely say because let's compare Dana and we'll say System. You know, Dana I'm not gonna say Systems. I don't want to word this in a way
Trash him, motherfucker.
that System is very more laid back. Very more, he strikes me as, and I want to use this as a initial perspective. Okay, he's a very laid back, very mellow person. You are very
in your face, very colorful in a good way.
I think to describe myself, intense would be a good word.
That's fair.
Okay, yes, I can see that.
You crazy.
Okay, crazy too, I guess, you fuck.
Batshit.
Batshit crazy, motherfucker.
I mean,
if we're going to throw the word crazy out
to be fair, to a degree, you'd have to label him as batshit crazy. I mean, y'all go at it WWE style, and
right.
You are right.
And
he's with me. If you're with batshit crazy voluntarily, what does that make you?
that's a damn good
batshit
point.
Crazy.
Exactly.
Because that's Leeds' example is he's with batshit crazy, so he is batshit crazy.
And to be fair though, bringing that up though, on Twitch you do now have to mark your stream with a content classification label. Okay, so I knew there was a stipulation somewhere that I seen. I was just trying to think back to because Lady and I started on Mixer. We didn't start on Twitch, so I remember there was at some point there you could literally. I thought get in trouble for if your stream was marked a certain way and you had kids underage. I thought there was like a strike penalty.
I swear that was Mixer.
It has to be because everybody's saying Twitch. You have to, But getting back to the point of like comparing Dana and System, it's you guys both do very well based on your personality. System being very laid back. He's his content is very more mellow and the conversation kind of flows at a different rate. Whereas I come into Dana's, I don't get the same energy in not in a bad way or a good way. It's just Dana likes to laugh and joke and is very intense. System more laid back and conversational to a degree where it's kind of like you're just sitting around on the couch, shooting the shit kind of deal. Or standing
with
around
me,
the water
you're
cooler.
In a laser tag arena shooting the shit.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I feel like he's better at the small talk than I am.
I can see that. I think that's a fair assessment. Hold on. Dogs are barking. I'll be right back.
You want me to grab him? Never mind. He's got him.
He done gone.
Yeah, because he's closer than I am.
Excuse me.
Much closer than I am. But no, I think he's got a point. Like, you definitely have a very bold personality, and it's the one thing that I really enjoy when I come in is you can feel your energy, and if you're having a bad day, that changes the minute you hit your stream. Like I could be having a shit fuck day from work, and I will walk in your stream and be like, "Hey!" And that's all. That's kind of all you need. You know what I mean?
I gotta interject because there is a question for Dana here.
Oh boy.
So you and System do your WWE stuff. Would you? Is it to a degree is it to a degree you can have a face and a heel character? And if so, who would be the face and who would be the heel in it? Meaning good guy, bad guy. Who's the one who's usually getting their ass beat for being an asshole?
It's not even for being an asshole. It's just like he knows how to push my buttons. He'll do something to piss me off, and then I'll just start wailing on him. And then he holds back. He obviously doesn't hit me with his full power because he would hurt me. But I don't hold back because I'm a woman and he's going to catch these hands. So, I'm definitely... I feel like he's the bad guy for running his mouth to get it started. But
I was gonna say it sounds like
and he's the bad guy in terms of the bad guy always loses and gets his ass beat. That's him. So that makes me the good guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has he ever won?
No. We keep talking about making it. Okay, sit the fuck down, you lying sack of shit. I always win. Um.
Well,
So
hold
we
on,
were
hold on,
talking
hold on.
about
He wins because he's got you. That's how he wins.
fair. We've been talking about making an OnlyFans, but not that kind of OnlyFans, and just like like filming our WWE matches and shit. I honestly, if we could, I would have cameras all throughout this house because there is fuckery all day, every day. Like it doesn't. There are no limitations.
Lead and I just had that conversation.
It's starting to get a little weird how similar you and I are, Dana, because I literally have had the same thought.
He has.
Like, honest to God, like,
we have 2 indoor cameras, and he literally was just looking at me going, where are they so I can put them up to add to our content?
I'm telling you, like, the content would be priceless. Like, whenever we're going at it, right? Or he's testing me, right? He runs his mouth and just saying some stupid shit, right? And I'm a big girl, but when I intend to get up off that bed, I can get up quick. And so he'll be standing there at the foot of the bed, yapping away, running that mouth like he ain't about to get in trouble. And I pop up off that bed, and he's like, ah! And he opens the door and runs. It's a little squeal, a little female squeal that comes out of his fucking mouth, and he hits the fucking door running. Like, he knows. It's fucking hilarious, but I would love to get that on camera, on video.
Is that like when I do my little, like, I'm going to beat you up kind of dance in front of you? Lead has been trying to catch me. He will say something to me, and he'll be like, put him up. And I'll do like this little dance in front of him, and he dies every time because he cannot get his camera out quick enough to catch it. And I'm telling you, if this man could catch it, it'd be all over fucking TikTok and the internet.
I'm telling you though, it would be priceless shit.
System, I love you, but right now there's about 100 different meme ideas that are running through my head right now, and TikTok clips that I could make just off of that mental image. Like,
oh, and it's even better.
Is that not what you're thinking, babe? You want shit like that when people can see the weirdness that you get of me?
Absolutely, that's the whole point behind it. It's a unique aspect, and it's just fun.
So let's say we're on the bed fighting already, right? We're rolling around. If I manage to get on my feet, fear hits his eyes, and he's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and he's like scrambling backwards because he knows he's about to fucking get hands. Like, it's fucking epic. It would, the content would be unbelievable if we could get some of that shit on video. And if like he said, if Robert hears us, Robert comes in and holds him down while I wail on him. It's fucking great.
Oh my god. I don't think that's the thing we can if that's really the case, I don't think we can classify him as a bad guy anymore. It sounds
it's just the actual fear that flashes across his face when I either get up quick to come after him, or I get on my feet when he thought he had me pinned down.
Like right now, I've got this image of a chihuahua barking at a lion, and the lion roars at him.
And my legs are muscle, okay? My legs are big girl legs. They are fucking powerful, right? I think I can leg press like 350.
Okay.
And I will get my leg wrapped around his and lock it in, and he's like, fuck! Like, he will just instantly, a big fuck comes out because he knows he ain't getting out. Like, it's not happening. And he will try to get out, and he'll turn red-faced. He's straining, and his leg ain't going nowhere. Like... Yeah, it's fun times. Always a good time.
Oh my god.
I have this image of Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker right now, and yeah, I can just imagine, your guys' faces on them and stuff. One of them's got the other in a figure 4 leg lock. Oh man. Just like I said, many memes are going through my head right now. System, I love you, but you're not gonna live us down anytime soon. Just so you know,
you're gonna be getting memes for days. Oh god.
Okay, you needed a laugh when anyway.
Yeah.
That just
it's bad when you got me over here fucking like crying because I'm laughing so hard.
I'm telling you, it's fucking hilarious. It's good shit. If we can fucking get that shit on camera, we could make lots of money.
Yeah. No, but that's actually so. Oh man.
You good, Lee?
Got it? Yeah, I'm trying to refocus now because, like I said, my brain is just racing in just different ways to pick on system right now.
System, you have now officially taken over my role. Welcome to the pack, buddy.
I'm here for it.
All right, I gotta run it in. What are your goals? Do you have any goals, or are you just here to put out some content? And do you have do you set milestones for yourself? Like, okay, I want to be at this many followers, or I would like to see this many subscribers. Consecutive, recurring subscribers by this point. Like, do you set those kind of goals or milestones for yourself?
Yes and no. So I do, like, right now I have a follower goal for February. My artist actually made every month, so I can just change the month as needed when the month changes or whatever. So I do keep that.
Okay.
But I don't make them drastic. Like, I started out with, I think 25 was the goal. I met the 25, so I changed it to 30. I met the 30, I changed it to 35, and we haven't met that yet. As far as sub goals, I did on Twitch, and I would do it usually in like increments of 5, because I think the most I ever had was like 10 or 11. And I never had a lot. And that's another thing that I kind of struggle with. Like, people, and I know that somebody's going to turn this into, oh, I'm only about the money. I'm not. But, like, I'm good enough to follow, but I'm not good enough to spend any money on, kind of thing. That just, like, that's the trap you get into, especially when you start focusing on subs. So I try to ignore those.
I get what you're saying.
Like, I try just to not even, like, if they come, they come. If they don't, they don't. The followers, I tend to focus more on, because that's really the true testament of your following.
The subs come and go.
Right.
Because this day and age, a big thing that you see is people aren't necessarily subscribing for themselves. They're gifting subscriptions.
Right.
And to a degree, I get it, because if you're on a budget, you have gifting as a subscription. It's still a way to subscribe, but I am terrible about forgetting to cancel subscriptions or readjust my budget to, because sometimes I get carried away. Sometimes, if we get a little bit extra money, I want to go in and support. So I was hitting that subscribe button. At one point, a lady got so mad, not like she wasn't
not in a bad way,
but I had like 50 active subscriptions, and they all came out at once. Because they're people that I genuinely believed in, and I wanted to support, and I thought I was doing good, and it was all play so good, but I kind of got a bit carried away trying to send up.
But back then, you had a really good job. I had a really good job, and money wasn't so much of an issue.
Right. Yeah, the money aspect can get crazy.
Well, okay, to be fair, when you see your weekly check of $600, immediately take a hit from $600 to $350 because your subscriptions come out.
That could be a little startling. Well, that's Mark. So we have a setup where I do the finances, right? And Mark keeps $100 every week out of his check. The rest of it goes into my account. I pay bills and everything. That $100 is for gas and food for the week. If he doesn't use it, it stays in his account, and he gets another $100 added to it the next week. So he gets $400 a month to do whatever the fuck he wants to with, right? And then the rest goes to bills and savings and all that. But he'll be like, I haven't spent any money. Why do I only have X amount of money in here? I had X amount of money 2 days ago. And I go in, and I'm like, Twitch, Kick. Oh, there's another Twitch. Like, I wonder why, motherfucker.
In his defense, I'm just as bad about managing, just even outside of that, like Disney Plus and keeping track of. And I always keep saying, I'm going to sit down one of these days and I'm going to try to, like, reorganize my subscriptions or set a fucking calendar to know.
He doesn't fucking say that. He just complains because it's gone.
Okay. System, I tried, man. I tried to make it.
That is why Lady has her handy dandy book.
You suck at it just as much as I do.
I suck at it, but I'm getting better because I write the fucking shit down now.
That's
and
what
it's
I
here
tell
in front
him.
of me every day.
Like, I don't care if it's what I told you to pick up at the store. If you're not going to remember it, write it down. And it's like talking to a fucking brick wall.
You know, if I'm gonna say it, if I had a pretty little iPad, I'd have a whole little calendar in there to attach to my iPhone and my
Listen,
iWatch, and I would
listen,
never ever miss anything, darling.
listen.
Yes, Linda.
Both of us are bad about it. We're getting better.
We
you
are.
know,
We're
and
getting much better.
Everybody talks so much shit because I say that he gets $400 a month, and they're like, he works, it's his money. That's not how our relationship
No.
is.
No,
I
no,
do
no,
the
no, no.
finances, and he literally gets $400 to do whatever the fuck he wants to with it.
And in all fairness, all joking aside, that is actually not a bad way to do it because it's not having a dynamic where you, if it works for you, it works for you. But in a sense,
Mhm.
it's okay. You have somebody that you know, one of the pair. You know, it's teamwork. It's a partnership. Unfortunately, sometimes certain responsibilities fall on one of the people in that partnership. Now, I'm sure Sista, and I'm not going to sit here and ask you to dive into the dynamics of it, but in this case, unfortunately, it sounds like your strengths are more inclined, you're financially inclined in this aspect. So, unfortunately, system, love you, buddy, but it sounds like Dana does need to be working the finances a little
But
bit
I mean,
more.
honest to God, who's going to complain about $400 free dollars a month? Who gets that? He has just gas and food. And if he doesn't use it, it's extra money. Like, he literally pays, there's no bills out of it, except what he does, like his Twitches, and that's all him. But it's literally anything he wants to do with it. Who gets $400 a month that doesn't have any kind of bills, nothing coming out of it? It's just like me gifting him $400 a month. Here you go. Do what you want with it.
Hard for me to keep track of it. And I 100% understand that system. That's why I'm saying, all joking aside, it's not, you work with the dynamic that you have. Like, honestly, like, I feel guilty at times because Lady does handle the finances, and she has got, you know, and I know we laugh and we joke and we tease each other, but she has gotten that much better because, A, she's had to. We both have made very bad mistakes.
Mhm. Oh God, yeah.
We fell in hard times, and because we made bad choices financially,
Mhm.
we've had to adapt and adjust our dynamic to where now that she works from home, unfortunately, it does make more sense for her to manage the money. And literally, you know, I can't make too many jokes because she does the same thing. The money goes into the bank account. She pulls it aside to where it's only she has access, and she feeds it to me, or she funnels it to me as needed.
He'll
Here's the
text me,
thing.
"Hey, I need $20 for lunch. Here you go. Merry Christmas."
Yeah, but he has access to the money too. He has access to my account where the money is all stored,
Oh,
as
I
well as
have
his
access.
own.
Oh yeah,
I have
he has
access to it too. I'm
everything
not
in
saying
mine.
that I don't, but I'm
So
saying
it's not
having
like you're locked out of it or anything. Like, why are people so butthurt because of a what's the term I'm looking for? Like a setup with not chores but responsibilities. A responsibility split just because they would never have a woman tell them when they can and can't spend money. Like,
I mean, it's not like you're.
Well, see,
it's
and
not
that's
like you
that's
guys.
the difference.
It's not like you or a lady are saying, "Here, do your chores, and then you can have some money." You're just saying, "No, here we're going to budget. We're taking bill money to be responsible."
If you need to buy something, if you need to spend, you know, if you're expecting to spend a larger amount, because if he buys anything at Giant that's in general for the family, toothpaste, shampoo for the kids, anything that comes out of my account, he has a card for my account. The only thing he uses his account for is stuff for him and his food and gas for the week. That's it.
Yeah.
But I think the difference is, and I think that this is something that a lot of people don't understand, that with the dynamic that Lead and I have, I don't spend money without discussing it with Lead.
Yeah,
Lead
no,
does not spend money without discussing it with me.
But that's not what Dana and I are talking about. We're talking about just basic a partnership.
Yeah, but a lot of people think that you're like, oh, you have to discuss it with your partner.
You have to ask permission.
I have enough respect to look at. Well, no, last year, how many years ago? 2 years ago, we went to Disney.
Open discussion, not permission.
No.
Exactly.
Like, no.
But,
I like.
But I'm putting it in black and white because if somebody was going to sit, you know, this day and age, you never know who's going to be sitting here listening. I'm not saying somebody is,
true.
Right? But I want to make it very clear. Dana is not sitting here saying system has to do this and has to do that in order to be given his money. No, it's a dynamic that you have to where your partner in this partnership is you're handling the bills and making sure that he's taken care of because you're, unfortunately, and even systems basically admitted it, it's harder for him to keep track of money. And same with me. I am terrible about it. I am, you know, very scatterbrained. nobody's sitting here saying you're controlling or you have a leash on them or
I'm
anything.
saying I have
negative.
heard it. I've heard it for people who know about it. That is the generalized perception, which is crazy to me.
You're not.
I have such a hard time with that.
Neither side here is controlling the other side. It's how you guys work. It's how you guys operate and how you support each other. You know, and you literally just said if there's going to be a larger expense, boom, okay, thanks for the heads up. Here's the money. You know, you're not saying well, as long as he's not going out and buying a new car or something. I'm assuming.
Well, yeah, we got to draw lines somewhere, but you know.
Yeah, but I mean, like think about it. So like I like the aspect of saying like we have to have that conversation because like we did Disney 2 years ago and I literally had an infinite amount of money to spend while I was gone. And when I got back, my brain was so set. After you spend 8 days or 10 days of being able to spend whatever you want whenever you want, not thinking about it because you have it, because you've planned for it. I was still in that mindset of, oh, I can spend here. Oh, I can spend there. Oh, there's this.
Babe, let's go back, you know, to put a better point to say why Dana and systems dynamic here works perfectly, and I 100% support it. Go back to the beginning of our marriage. I did not have to tell you no. I had a surplus of money 100%. Coming through. I was in the military. I was getting so much money I didn't know what to do with. And you would say, babe, I want to go do this. Babe, I want to buy this. Tony, I want to do this. And okay, here's $50. Oh, here's $100. Oh, you want to go? You want 100%. A shopping spree at the mall? Here's my bank card. Just, you know.
Let me know what you spent when you're done. Yeah.
There was no, and what happened? I was no longer in the Navy. All that money was gone. We had no savings, no support, nothing to fall back on. And
no
what
thinking
happened?
ahead at the time. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very much in the moment. No.
If I look back at it now, if we would have been smarter about those things and really watched how we spent and what we did, we would be in a very different place than where we are right now.
Yep. That's a reality for a lot of people, though. I mean, you don't think ahead. You don't think about what if this isn't an option anymore. What are we going to do then? So, you know, as you get older, you realize I shouldn't make that same mistake, and now you're probably doing things differently. Just like Mark and I, he realized he hated not being able to save any money. As soon as he got any money saved, she'd want to go buy something and go spend it. And so, you know, now he takes X amount of money out of every single check he gets. It goes into a account he never hardly ever checks. So now we've got that back up. I'm doing the same thing, but a smaller amount in a different checking account. We've got a savings that we both have together. Like, we've got 3 different savings accounts. And it's just what we do. But
if it works for you, that's what matters.
Right. And it does. And now we have a lot of savings and have been able to pay for the adoption for Vincent, for Mark to adopt Vincent. We were able to pay for that. And now I made some mistakes, made some boo-boos. We're going through a debt settlement right now. So, you know, money is still somewhat troublesome. But the fact is, at least we're still able to save and the bills are still getting paid. That's the important part.
Exactly.
But I say that to say, like, yeah, I don't have perfect money life. There's money problems all day. But I'm still out here just trying to make people
give
laugh
back
and
do
have
something
fun and give back to people. Like, so for anybody to think that, oh, she's just in it for the money, or, you know, she doesn't have the, you know, that's not the case at all.
And unfortunately, people get that mentality or view people that way because that's going back to you not liking Twitter. I mean, I get it to a degree. There are days that I barely open Twitter because it gets tiring to see all the posts about gifting subs, receiving subs, and that's all for a while. But I think I went a week straight where I was so tired of looking at Twitter because that's all I'd open up. Be like, oh, I'm so close to my sub goal.
So much better content on Twitter. I feel like it's all just
to be
fodder now.
Mm-hmm.
I think the difference is too is it's either drama, it's either about the money, or it's either about the bad that you're seeing in other places and not being able to. There's not a lot of positive, and the positive that you do see is very few and far between, and you don't know if it's real or not.
Yeah, hell, and half the bad shit, the drama, you don't know is real or not. Is it a doctored video? Is it like, what did it really happen?
Exactly.
It's crazy. And I think that's one of the reasons why networking is so hard for me. I don't want to.
I think it's hard for a lot of people because
I don't want to deal with it. I don't want nothing to do with it.
Because I think at the end of the day you have, if we're gonna ratio this out again, I think it goes back to the same numbers: 60, 30, and 10. 60% of people are in it for the money. 30% of people are focusing on their stuff and how it benefits them. Maybe not in a financial aspect, but they're gonna go stream. They want to see. They might go and watch a couple of streams and support a few people, but in the end, they're really just working on their content with it, and which is not a bad thing. They're making their videos and posting to TikTok and YouTube and whatever. And then there's 10% out there that are actually out there trying to make positive connections. They really are trying to
meanwhile
network
growing their brand.
Yes.
And I'd rather grow organically than deceitfully, honestly.
Yeah.
I agree. And it's hard nowadays because you don't know what's real and what's not.
Yeah, and people can play you like a fiddle if you let them, because you never know somebody's intentions. Never.
Exactly.
And I'm guilty as charged on that, where I look at everything now and analyze it as, okay, what's the alternative here? To put it in a nicer way. I'm always looking what's the other side of the coin. So.
I'm a very trusting person. Unfortunately,
I'm not.
I try.
I think
not
everybody.
to be,
I think everybody's a liar. I think everybody's a snake. I think
no. See,
well,
I don't,
fuck you, lady.
Not everybody. No, okay. I didn't mean it
no,
that way.
she's wrong. I don't think she's being honest about herself on that, and I'm going to call her out for this. I think she is more one of those. She is so. Her emotions are so intense that she goes all in, and it's hard for her to understand that not everybody's going to go all in the same way that she does.
100%.
Right.
So she takes it personally when she doesn't get the exact same
He's not wrong.
feedback on it.
Right.
He is not wrong at all. The problem is that I am either I come on too strong and I'm too much at that moment, and I am over the top because I haven't had it in so long. So when I do have
Haven't had
it,
what?
people,
How many people?
anybody.
I think you're missing my innuendo there.
I'm completely lost. It went right over my head. I'm not used to having people around. Let's put it that way. I am used to it being me.
Fair.
100% being me. And so
I think I know where you're going with this, Dana, but I'm curious.
I'm totally lost. I'm not there.
I forget now what she said that made me say it, but
You're not used to having people.
yeah, having people, like having people, like.
I mean, I take
people,
him to torture. I take him to torture chambers. I kill him. No, I'm kidding.
It's still going.
I was going sexual.
It is. Oh, I mean, I only got one on
so
that.
I was like,
aspect,
damn,
sorry.
I thought you gave it to her not too long ago, Lead. Like, what the fuck? You ain't had people in a while.
She got it last night.
Ooh. I got it this morning in the bathroom. I was brushing my teeth, and then I got bent over the toilet.
I would love to say that was the case here, but unfortunately, we woke up with like 30 minutes for me to run.
30
out the
minutes
door,
before work.
Yeah, I had to get dressed and call the Uber, and basically,
I was minding my own fucking business, brushing my damn teeth. And fuck if he didn't come in there and just start grinding. I'm like, if you don't get the fuck off me.
But,
see, I think that's the difference. I'm not used to having people around. Let me rephrase that.
Around, not in. Okay.
Around. So for me, I am very guarded, very
Fair.
jaded, and very it takes
for you, it's not one thing. You can't say it like that because yes, you could say that to a degree, but you don't know how to balance.
I don't. Anything.
People. You don't know how to, which is fine. Everybody learns at different rates. Everybody's been through stuff that makes that difficult. And for people that know you and know me, they understand where I'm kind of going with this. You and I have not always been the best at being a team when it comes to being husband and wife.
We've done our
definitely
fair share
had
of
our ups and downs. So And I just lost my train of thought here. Like I was going, there was a point.
Oh,
to
I
this,
go from 0 to 10 is what you were trying to get to.
0 to 10 back down to 0, and it's rubbed people the wrong way. You know, it's, you know, or put people, or sometimes it can be off-putting. You know,
I'm either all in or I'm not all in, and then I am all in, and then I'm not all in. It's I'm a roller coaster.
Fair.
And I'm constantly dragging her back and being like, okay, chill, relax. You're not the only person in the world here. You know.
I mean, I don't know why you think that I'm not. We've had this conversation.
But
I do. I tell him that all the time. Like, wow.
Oh, my back is itching so bad. Okay.
Or as I remind him, I'm the only person in his world.
Fair.
If you had to pick one game, and I know you've already answered this, but
hell.
since what game would it be?
Forever.
Just forever. If that
it's
was
the only thing you can play.
I'm telling you know, let's just say we're gonna say $1 million is on the line. You have to go a whole year playing the same game, okay, to win $1 million.
Does it have to be an individual game, or can it be a series of
one
the
game.
same game?
One game. So if it's Assassin's Creed, it could be Valhalla, it could be you know.
You have to play the same game every day for an entire year?
Or just when I play? Is it every day, or just when I play it has to be this game?
Let's just say yours, on average, you probably stream 4 times a week right now?
Yes, yeah.
So we'll say 4 times a week, you're going to play this game, this one game, and you're going to stick to that
schedule. That would kill my streaming career. There's no game, single individual game that's going to last for fucking year, 4 days a week.
Valorant could do it for me. I'd rage like a motherfucker, but Valorant would do it for me.
I mean, for renewable content, I'd have to say something like League.
Okay.
But I think I'd probably end up killing myself too.
So you're not a one-game girl then?
I'm not a one-game girl. I burn out so easy.
Do you think you could do it for $1 million?
For $1 million, I would do it, but fuck my life, bro.
Probably wouldn't touch League for a while after that, though.
Oh, hell no. Hell, I'd delete that motherfucker off my computer so fast.
Okay.
But I mean, otherwise you're just playing the same game, and games, you know, they have, what, 150 hours max of gameplay? Like, you can't do that for an entire fucking year. You'd have to restart the same game over and over again.
Say you play it all the way. Well, you could maybe with systems game.
Well, a story game, yeah, you know, you could.
If you've got a story game and you can start and go different paths in the story.
Like Detroit Become Human? Okay,
yeah.
Maybe.
So, like, I could see with Detroit Become Human where you play it one way and then you start it over and play it a different way. Because I could see with that, even with every twist and turn you make, that game could last you a year. I would be bored.
I don't know about a year. He did one playthrough in 6 days. And there's... You have to look up how many endings. So that's like... Yeah, 2 hours a night. So I stream 8 hours a day.
GTA. Oh, damn. He was only playing 2 hours a night?
He only streams for like 2 hours at a time. It's rare that he goes over 2.
I couldn't do it. I'm just saying, even for $1 million, I'd give up.
I could do Valorant for a year and not even think twice about it.
But lady, the question is, could you do it for the same schedule? Let's say you stream... Really? Because you do 5 days a week right now for about 4 to 5 hours. You would literally do it for $1 million. You think you could make it to the finish line?
I totally could. I'll put my money where my mouth is.
I'm not giving you $1 million to play Valorant.
I'm not asking you to give me $1 million. I'll put my Disneyland. I'll put my Disney trip on it.
Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't say the Disney game, Dreamlight Valley.
GTA, you could do so much in that game. It'll be a different.
I'm not a fan of GTA like that though. Not since I played GTA Vice City. That was my favorite fucking game, but I'm not
like that where you could do something different every stream.
Yeah, well, and he's got a point because
in GTA, in roleplay aspect, yeah, you could. You could do an entire year.
Because we've met a few people that literally don't game outside of doing GTRP, and they're in this. They've been in the server every single day, 7 days a week. They spend at least 2 hours a day on there, and like it's a whole nother life form that they get to go be. So.
I like it because Maddie is everything that I'm not.
That's literally what I just said. You just
Yeah,
phrased it about you.
she's cocky and
So
nasty
I have
and
a
mean
random
and...
question for you guys.
Yeah,
What's the longest you've ever streamed? In like
24
one setting?
hours.
You did it 24?
24.
Not counting the part where I fell asleep and the stream ran while I slept.
No.
So if you factor in the sleeping, no, because the camera was actually on. It was a live.
The camera
stream,
was on. It was
I
live.
actually fell asleep in my chair. 48 hours.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, it was a charity stream too, so.
So the longest I streamed was 18. And it wasn't intending to be anything. It's just when I was in North Carolina, all I did was stream. And I know for sure with how I felt after that 18, there is no way in hell I could ever do a 24. No way.
We could do a 24. I honestly believe Lead and I could do a 24, but the thing is we would have to sleep the day before, and we would have to literally be able to sleep the day after and not do anything but sleep to be prepared for that. And then there would have to be an awful lot of Red Bull to push me through the
After
day.
doing it and trying it, I just don't see a benefit to it. It's all these people, maybe if you're doing a subathon and you're really just out to get those subs, sure. But even that, like, I don't see it.
Yeah, I think it's really just people come in to watch you fucking kill yourself.
Yeah.
Agree. 8 hours is system's longest.
And that was one time. I don't think he ever matched it again.
Nope.
A lot of people are usually camping. I see the average longest stream these days, from what I see people talking about, maybe 12 hours.
Yeah.
You know.
I usually
but you
do
gotta figure for every hour you stream, you got to walk around a little bit.
I don't. Well, despite the fact I probably should, I don't.
Well, I struggle because I sit in this chair all day long for work, and then I sit in it all day long when we stream at night. So my ass in this chair has been solely imprinted.
She's in the chair for less than a year, and she's already got an ass print in it.
I got an ass print in it, because I spend 8 hours a day in it, sitting here working, plus then spend all of our gaming time in it. I don't even think I've had this chair 6 months.
Yeah. Your last one, you needed it because we made the mistake of having sex in it and broke it.
Well.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Note to self: if I ever go visit them, do not sit in the gaming chairs.
Note to self: never sit in leads.
No, we could never use my mind's.
Note to self: I guess never sit on my toilet or the coffee table.
No, honestly, actually, I couldn't do it in mine anyway because mine if I don't sit in it the right way, then it fucking sinks down. Like it doesn't stay up. You'll see me probably 6-7 times a night. I'm adjusting my chairs because slowly, little by little, I'm like, all right, well, I'm 4 feet tall again. Let me raise it back up and start over.
Hey, I'm 5'2". That's my life.
Yes, but for me being 6'1", that going down 2 feet almost, it feels like.
Fair.
And I struggle on mouse and keyboard,
not...
so playing Valorant, and you gotta, like, for me, it only works if I can keep my arm in the same position the whole time when I'm, like, angling it up and,
That's how masturbation works.
Cry me a river.
Thankfully, I don't have to worry about that, so I don't need that anymore.
We went from every topic to topic to topic tonight.
I think this is...
I think I'm like 9 shades of red over here.
Charity streams versus subathons. What is your takes on those? Like, have you done a subathon?
I have not, nor have I done a charity stream for that matter. I never really had the viewership for it to make a difference either way, so I never did one.
Okay.
I honestly, while a subathon it seems very money hungry, money grabby kind of, 'cause not only that, but just because you get a sub in a subathon doesn't mean it's going to continue. Doesn't mean they're going to come back and sub. It's really just a temporary burst.
Right.
And me being the person that I am, I would prefer a charity stream where I know that money is going to go to a good cause and actually do something for someone. Whereas if I have subs, I would rather it be somebody who voluntarily subs just out of watching the stream or whatever, not because they want to help me meet a goal of a subathon, like, so that there's a higher chance that the sub will continue, that it will be a recurring subscription, and they will become
that it's
more
genuine.
that it's genuine, and they'll become a more stable part of the community.
No, I get it, because I'm guilty of doing, like, sub shit and everything, you know, like on our birthdays, you know, Lady and I, just for shits and giggles.
Well,
like,
I mean, the occasional for a celebration, and, you know, you have the goals, and you do cool shit if you do the goals. I mean, I understand why people do it. It's just, it's not really my thing.
As much as I want to kind of find a way out of, defend it. No, ours was on our birthdays. Okay, if you do a sub or any kind of financial, like on Twitch, it was bit, with the bits and everything.
Right.
We'd take a shot, and by the end of the stream, be shit-faced and laughing and everything. Because Lady more so would be laughing because when she gets drunk on stream, she ends up telling every female that comes through there she wants to sleep with them. So we've done dumb shit for it, and thankfully, by the time of last year when our birthdays rolled around, we outgrew that because it was like, nah, not this year, no more.
Yeah, I've never done any kind of anything like that. Not really.
I'm too old to do that shit.
So, on that topic, and I just love how opinionated you are, very like direct or blunt about these things. So I'm really just picking your brain, scratching to pick your brain. Okay. People who are getting shit-faced drunk on stream or stone-faced, whatever the phrase is, because I don't.
We don't get high.
Yeah.
Right.
What is your thoughts on watching people who do that stuff?
I don't. I have better things to spend my time on.
Gotcha. Okay.
I can't speak for anybody else. I personally watching, like, wouldn't getting drunk yourself or getting high yourself be more entertaining? You're the one actually feeling it. You're, whatever, as opposed to watching someone else do it. The only reason you're watching someone else do it is because you're hoping they're going to do something to embarrass themselves, which you will find humorous. There's no other, like, community building aspect of it. You're fucking getting shit-faced. You can't, for the most part, be coherent to speak to your community. You might do some funny shit online, but I do funny shit all the time perfectly fucking sober, so come at me.
Right.
I got no interest in it. Plus, I don't smoke. I do drink on occasion, very, very, very rarely, and especially since I had the bariatric surgery, my body processes alcohol differently, so I have to be extra careful with how much I
was about to ask, is there a particular reason? Because...
Yeah, I've never been a heavy drinker. I've never been shit-faced. I've never been blackout drunk. But I would pretty much, for the most part, socially drink. But I've never even smoked a cigarette. So pot or any of that other bullshit's out of the question. And I really could fucking care less about anybody else doing it, much less watching them do it. That's not entertaining to me. I'd rather see them fuck around and be, hilarious sober. Personally.
I get it.
Yeah, I wish I could say I was the same way, but I've been, unfortunately, I used to drink a lot. Now there's a reason why Lady makes sure that my alcohol content is
very limited,
and like once a year kind of deal.
Well, that's okay. I mean, at least there's a standard in place, and it's being stuck to and monitored, and you have as far as your support system, you have someone there to make sure that you stay on the straight and narrow. It's not a problem. But
I think the thing was he was I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it was an issue of like he came from an environment where he had no parental supervision, and then joined the Navy at 17, was sent overseas to Italy, and the drinking age is 17 over there. So you figure they had nothing to do. They were drinking like crazy.
Yeah,
I think a lot of it.
We're on the island of Sicily. It's not like you could drive to like tourist spots.
Right.
So I think for them, it became an issue of boredom and like nothing else to do.
All there
So it
was to do was to go
was,
to the club or go to a strip club and
yeah,
drink and do dumb shit. I mean,
yeah. So I think
me and my buddies one night we drove through the city and just drove around drunk, and we looked at Vespas and we were like, okay, let's see if somebody left their helmet on a Vespa.
Vespas, that's the bikes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
mopeds.
that's what I meant.
And we were looking to see if somebody left their helmet unattended, and the plan was just to grab it and take it back with us. Like, that's how dumb it was, and that's how bored we got, you know.
And I think a lot of it came down to is you went from a place of you were young and dumb, and you just were left unattended to your you were unattended to your own devices, and y'all fucked around and found out. Like, I think that was part of growing up.
Y'all fucked around and found out.
Oh, they did. They ran over a goat, and if you run over a goat over there,
hold on.
That goat will get you jail time.
I want to be clear. I never was involved in the running over of a goat. There was a law that said if you ran over and it wasn't a goat, it was a geep. Okay.
Same thing. Same fucking thing. Let's be real.
No, it's actually not. If you look at a picture of a goat and a geep, there's very clear differences. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
The law. What usually happened over there was they would make it out that the geep was female and that she also was pregnant and had babies. So they would not only charge you with running over the geep, but they would also charge you with killing the geep's potential babies. So their fine would get significantly worse, and from there, the consequences were even worse. So.
And they would lie about that to up the.
Oh yes.
To get more money out of your
fines.
Oh yes.
Wow.
Yep.
That's
so
crazy.
You understand where the young and dumb came from.
Yeah, I just want to be clear for anybody who's listening. I never have ran over an animal. So, never.
You've never run over an animal?
I ran over a cat one time and I about.
What happened to
cried.
the thump thump? We ran over Thumper.
Oh, never mind. That is true. I did accidentally hit a rabbit one time.
Okay, thank you. I was like, you cannot, because I cried because you thumped over Thumper.
Yeah, I did make Lady cry because I was like,
Rude.
oh look, we ran over Thumper.
I cried because I ran over a cat, and I tried to run over it again because it wasn't going to survive. So my intent was to kill it and put it out of its misery, and I couldn't even do that.
My heart a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm telling you, like, I knew it wasn't going to survive. It was seriously injured.
No, I get it.
I could not bring myself to do it. I couldn't. And so it just laid there and suffered. And then I felt even more like shit because I couldn't just do it.
I am the worst person in the world. I will swerve out of the way and get into an accident and kill everybody in the car to save the animal in the street.
I don't remember how I didn't see it. I don't remember how it came about. This was probably my teens, late teens. I don't remember how it happened, but I was devastated.
Where we lived in this place in Texas, and where we lived, it was a brand new building community, and they were doing construction, so there were bunnies everywhere, and I was swerving, driving down the road, swapping through I wouldn't hit these bunnies.
Damn.
It was terrible.
But yeah, that would be me too. I would kill everybody in the car just to save the animal. Yep. I'm an animal lover through and through. Like
my kids were like, Mom,
I can't stand Facebook and those sad ass videos of in X number of days, if this puppy isn't adopted, it's going to be put down and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like,
Lady gets mad at me because I'm not because she doesn't want him, but because she does as well. But I always, anytime
but we ain't got room for him. Like, stop fucking watching it because I'm going to want to bring it home. I'm going to want to drive. Like, this motherfucker is in Oregon. I will drive there and I will get it and I will bring it home.
Mm-hmm.
The problem comes down to it is that he'll go to places like for work, being for Rent-A-Center. He almost brought us home a whole nother dog.
Yeah. Because
like
they told me the way they treated the dog, and they're like, oh, we're trying to send him to the pound, and I'm like, oh, again, just look at the dog was clearly needed a better home, and I'm just like, oh god, this is painful.
Yeah.
I literally walked out of the house while I was still there at the job and called her and sent her a message like, hey, I might be bringing home a dog.
I was like, okay.
Yeah, not that she was complaining. Like we had to reel each other back into reality that we just couldn't,
Yeah.
I think my last question, at least one that comes to mind, because I think we've talked about literally everything, and like, I think if I'm going to go back and listen to this or rewatch this, I think we've got a very clear idea of who you are, how you've done a streaming, how you interact with people. Outside of gaming, do you do any other content?
Do you mean like types?
Crafting, singing, chatting.
Okay. So I did back. I don't remember how long ago it was. Twitch Sings.
Okay.
I used to do a lot of streams with Twitch Sings, and I started doing a diamond painting, like where you press the little diamonds on the sticky
the diamond
paper.
art.
Yeah, diamond art. But my setup was not very conducive to that, so I'm hoping eventually I can have my own little quote-unquote studio where I have a setup that I can do a puzzle on stream or a diamond art on stream or a cooking stream where I have like a camera I can actually move and actually I just have a desktop. I can't take the whole fucking desktop to the kitchen and set it up. Yeah, I could do my phone. I'm not a big fan of the phone streams though.
Yeah.
At all.
I'm with you 100%.
So like, yeah, any and everything that if I could and I knew it wouldn't be boring as shit, I would fucking get a book and read to people on stream. Like, anything anybody wants, I'm down. Like, let's do it. The only thing I wouldn't do is probably like ASMR, but that's not to say that I don't like it, because I tell you, I've watched a couple ASMR streams and I get like tingles, and I don't know what it is. Some people are like, what the fuck, and others are like, yeah, that hits the spot. I actually had a reaction to it, and it was so nice. It just calmed me, and it was like, I don't know, I've never had that reaction before. It was crazy. But that's kind of, I like listening to it, but not doing it. I'd feel absolutely ridiculous. Like, no, that's not me. But, yeah, cooking, art, crafts. I also, well, again, I don't right now because of the setup issue, but resin. I would like to video me or do a stream with me actually creating a resin piece in my mold and like.
That's what you were telling us. What was it just the other day you were talking about?
I don't have the space nor the setup with which to stream everything I would like to.
I get you.
If Lead got his way, I'd have a whole nother desk up here in the office.
Yeah, well, not going to talk about that. I bitch about that enough that you don't do that, so.
I will talk about it when you decide to move it up here for me.
Anyway.
But yeah, I'm all down for all different kinds of content. And if it wasn't for DMCA or DCMA, whatever, I can never remember which letter comes first, but I would be playing music on every stream and singing my little heart out while I'm playing a video game, but...
Yeah, I feel you there. So, just so we're clear, when it comes to ASMR, you're not going to do it, right? You will watch it.
I don't intend to.
Okay.
I guess,
I want to see Dana
say I never
throat a mic.
All right, I can deep throat something else for you on stream, but...
Oh.
We might not be allowed back after that, but...
Right?
I just want to be clear, so you're never going to buy a mic with an earlobe at the end of it so you can do a stream like that?
You know what? I'm not going to promise that, because it's probably on my wish list at some point, because there was a period where I went through, like, I would like to do that. That seems so cool. And I looked up the white one with the ears on either side, and, like...
Oh.
But... I never bought it, so but I'm not gonna promise. Look at that leg.
No,
I'm
look at that leg.
I get you.
Mark's leg showed when he got up out of his chair on my stream.
If you buy one that's got a penis at the end of it, we're gonna talk about this.
I'm sure you'll be all for it, because I wouldn't be surprised if you'd be right behind her.
Now I'm definitely gonna look on Amazon and see if they even make one.
They do,
because there's probably nothing like slurping sounds in an ASMR stream.
I bet you'd make a whole lot of very lonely men happy.
Yeah. Hey, there comes my subs right there. There we go.
Exactly. I hate to say it. Welcome to OnlyFans.
Hey, I'm not showing my bits. I'm not showing my bits.
You don't have to show your bits. You're just going to make the sounds.
Exactly. It ain't going to be OnlyFans if I'm not showing my bits.
That's true.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you could have OnlyFans and not show your bits.
True. But I think that's typically, and that's the thing. That's probably one of the reasons why we've not gone ahead and made our OnlyFans that we wanted to make, the non-sexual OnlyFans, because that's like an oxymoron. So.
Oh, there's a lady on OnlyFans who makes probably $500,000 a year on her cactuses.
She's an OnlyFans with cactuses? Where does she put them?
Yes, ma'am. Nowhere.
I don't know that I want to hear the answer to this. So.
Nowhere. It is all pictures of cactuses and education on cactuses.
And people
it is
pay
insane.
for this shit?
Yep. Yep.
Yo, people are wild.
If I honestly thought people would buy my fat, ugly feet, I'd throw them up.
Bro, let me tell you. Listen, I got pretty feet. If anyone watching is willing to pay, I will cosplay the fuck out of my toes. You will get the Powerpuff Girls and Mumu Jumu or whatever his name is. I will
That's Mojo Jojo.
That, yeah. I will make my toes minions for you. If you want to pay for it, I got pretty feet. We'll do it.
I'll give you whatever you want.
I'll do it. That's just my feet. Y'all ain't. I'll do it.
Just so you know, Dana, your double-sided ear microphone is $650 right now on eBay.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
If I'm going to spend that kind of money, I'm going to be buying, vintage Disney tickets.
Hey, but the one that has the penis attached, can you only rub it? Like, can you use it? Is that like a built-in dildo?
I don't know.
This just keeps getting more interesting.
Hold on.
This just keeps getting more interesting.
What advice would you have, since you've been doing this off and on for a little bit, we'll phrase it that way, off and on for a little bit, you've been doing content creation and streaming.
Do not ever type that into your thing, y'all.
What? Oh, God.
Oh, God, I'm afraid to ask what she just
Same.
typed into her computer.
Same.
She's already got an issue with porn fucking ads popping up on her computer.
I do.
He's already got an issue with watching porn while she's working.
I do not.
Ooh.
You can't prove it.
You told me about it. We were live on stream when you talked about it. I got a
I
video
mean,
for it.
you have the ads to back it up there, lady. I mean...
I typed in... Well, I made the mistake of typing in ASMR Dick Mike.
Oh, my God.
You should see the plethora of shit that came up.
I'm afraid. And people say that I've got a...
ASMR Dick Mike. That's what you said?
Yep. ASMR Dick Mike. I want to see the look on her face.
Are we looking at images or just the links?
No. Just the links that popped up. You heard
Watch
me,
Penis
Sky.
Mike ASMR D-Donger. ASMR microphone porn videos on Pornhub. ASMR girl kissing Mike like it's a penis.
Yep.
White uncut dick ASMR test.
What the fuck?
Watch
System,
penis.
you're about to be replaced here, buddy.
Watch Penis Mike ASMR D-Donger.
Hold on. Gentle ASMR with only slightly kissing the cock.
And then there's a little one in there that says, "What should I use? Which mic should I use for ASMR?"
Okay, I see you over there in ladies chat. You need to calm down. I don't need to hear about how you're typing that in too, okay?
ASMR for big dick men. Only people with big penises are allowed to watch this video. Tiny dick boys go away.
Oh my God.
What in the hell?
That's why I said you really have to be careful with what you type in.
And here I thought Dana was going to be a bad influence on ladies, but ladies a bad influence here.
Here we go. ASMR slow sensual licking microphone. Deep throat your cock ASMR Mandy.
This guy, I'm giving you shit.
Oh my lord.
Oh, Melinda.
I want to know what these people did before they discovered the internet. Okay. Like, that's just...
Oh, here we go. Diddly ASMR penis mic.
Sky, this is your best friend, by the way.
Diddly?
Diddly, D-I-D-D-L-Y.
Oh my God. Sky's over here showing friend.
I am so
dying.
Amateur tit fuck until cum shot with ASMR mic.
What? This stream went spicy swords over here. All right, I was just trying to find you a mic that you could use. I wasn't trying to give us descriptions of how to use
What are you trying to...
Like I asked if you could actually use the dick that's on the mic. She wasn't fucking around. She was trying to give me an answer.
I fuck around and find out. Let's find out.
Oh man.
I mean, I'm assuming you can because I mean, think about it. Like, I mean, if you're
But it's an electronic. It can't go into the wet, right?
Nah, that can't be the case because if you're deep throating that bitch and you're all saliva-y all over in it and you're dropping your spit everywhere.
If I'm gonna be fair, it's probably designed to be able to take that kind of abuse.
I mean,
sure
yeah, think about it. Like if you're deep throating some guy's dick, you're not dry. Your mouth is not dry. You are salivating like a motherfucker.
I wouldn't know.
I mean, yeah, I get that, but you can control that. You can't control down there. The waterfall down there just be going, you know? Just we swimming in the fucking Niagara Falls.
Now this makes you wonder.
Can you imagine these two doing a coaster? Like, I want to put the two of you in a coaster together. Have you guys play together? Like just the two of you.
Could you now imagine if it vibrates too?
No, I don't. No. Like what?
Like think about a vibrating one as you're trying to deep throat that bitch, and you're getting both noises together. Plus, you're sucking and licking.
In before sucky sucky glut glut.
I just gotta remember when I put this on Spotify, I did mark that this is extremely mature content.
There ain't never
Then
no
anything
moment.
is ASMR if you try hard enough. But
we gotta get sound alerts in here because that would have been the perfect moment for that.
Exactly.
Oh
my
Lord.
God. Okay.
Did you just ask me if I could imagine it?
All right, so
you can discuss what you're imagining with Lady and Dana.
Dana,
He's
so
like,
last
"I'm out."
night, Sky and I are in city. We're already on this subject. So Sky and I are in city last night, and we are metal detecting. It's how you make money in city.
Okay.
And we're off metal detecting, and Sky goes, Lady. She goes, Maddie, I found a rusted bolt or a rusted nut. And I start laughing, and she goes, did all the guys lose their nuts out here? And we're dying. And then a little bit later, it's, Maddie, I found a pair of rusted balls. We were hysterical. Then
God! And I'm over here. I'm out here on my computer and just editing a video, and all of a sudden I hear going on about rusty balls. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Then you hear the rusty screws, and I looked over. I'm chatting with her, and I said, "Lady, I said, Sky, we need rusties for that rusty vagina, because it ain't gonna be pretty when you're done with all that rusty shit."
Anyway.
Did you just accuse her of having a rusty vagina?
No, I'm saying if you're fucking all that shit like rusty screws.
I'm just throwing you under the bus because it sounds like you say she don't get none.
No, gosh, she gets them more than I do, probably.
Unfortunately, we've had that conversation too.
I think she gets it
started
more
with
than
a
I
nut.
do. It did.
Doesn't
it
it all?
with a nut.
Doesn't it all start with a nut? Yes, it does.
Well, Sky, that's all right today.
I hear him in the background.
Sky, that's all right today. Then Lead goes on Twitter and tags me in a post on Twitter going, Lady, don't forget to get your rusties when you're on your way home today.
No, I said I got your rusties.
Oh, you go. Is that what it was?
You're lucky I didn't put the rest of what I was going to for your rusty vagina. So.
Oh my God.
But Sky and I were dying, and then her husband Fred's like, do you guys only talk about sex? And we were like, it's just us.
Listen, sex is funny. Sex is a funny topic. It doesn't have to be like, oh, you're desperate for a dick just to talk about sex. Sex can bring so much laughter and so much like, what the fuck moments, and that's why I don't. That's why I talk about it all the time. No, it's not. Okay, maybe I am always horny. But it's not. That's not the reason that I do it. Like, Mark would probably pay me to leave his dick alone for a couple days. But you know,
to be honest, I probably don't even realize half the time that I've made it sexual until Lead goes, "Oh my God, Lady."
I just hold on.
That's just who we are.
let me be clear. I don't give a crap, honestly. I just like to give her a hard time because it's funny.
You like giving her
If
a hard
y'all are in our
time.
family, Sky's got it right. If y'all are in our 5M family Discord, you would be dying because Sky and I are going on about Rusty Dicks and shit in there, and we were like, "Lee's gonna fucking mute us."
No, they're as long as it's nothing like creepy or like pedo gross. Like I don't care about what people say. It's like everybody's got their own things that they enjoy and everything. Like I like to bust ladies' balls because it's just That's just the kind of dynamic.
That's the marriage we have.
Yeah.
She gives me shit for stuff, and I give her shit for stuff. But honestly, like just the same way with you and Mark, you guys give each other a hard time. You bust each other's balls on shit, and I love the fact that she's comfortable enough to be herself. So at the end of it, I don't give a shit.
Right.
So.
It's only taken us this long for me to get to this point to where I can be me and not have it affect me.
Oh, now we got Sores over here in ladies chat talking about rusty dicks.
Oh my!
I'm telling you, Sores, you're gonna need a bottle of Rusties for that rusty dick, and I promise you it'll be good as new, sparkling like a little motherfucker.
If you got a rusty dick, you got more issues than needing rusties. So.
Well, this is more of the risque table talks.
Yeah.
We need a ladies.
No, but honestly,
dark
I'll laugh. No, I'll laugh and
podcast.
joking aside. It's good to see this side of people because the whole point behind this is so people know what they're going to get when they come in and watch your stream or get to know you. This shows that it's a fair, the side of you. So, hey,
if you're easily offended, stay away. Period.
Yeah, exactly. Offended,
but I see it as more you're fun-loving. You like to laugh and you like to joke and you like to basically have a good time because you're not here to, like you said, to offend anybody. You can talk about anything.
Yeah, my goal is never to offend anyone.
Yeah. If we've offended you, we're sorry. Come back when you grow a pair.
That at the same time, I never intend to offend anybody. However, if you are going to be offended by something I did or said, you can tell me about it, but that's still your problem.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't intentioned that way, you are creating the problem by being offended. Regardless of what it was, in my opinion, no matter what it was I said, it wasn't with that intent. So you shouldn't take it that way.
And even if they are offended by it, like let's just say like people don't want to come in and listen to you guys talk about dicks and vaginas or whatever you're, Exactly. There's no
come back tomorrow. We might be talking about
cactuses
assholes.
And OnlyFans. Yeah.
I put it this
way.
way.
At the same time, there's an easy solution rather than creating drama out of it. And because we talked about how a lot of social media is just littered with drama and bullshit. Leave the stream. It's obviously not the stream for you. Go find somebody who's talking about something or doing something that you can get into. It doesn't make you a bad person for not liking the content. It just means you don't like the content.
And I would rather have you move on rather than give me false hope that you're going to stick around or that, you give a crap about my content or me or whatever. Like, I would rather you just leave and not set that expectation. So I don't have to wonder if I'm ever going to see you again or what happened to you or are you okay? Because it's not always about where is so-and-so. They've not been in my stream forever. It's where is so-and-so. I hope they're okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, you can genuinely care about somebody who's not been in your stream and just hope that they're doing okay. There's so much crazy going on in the world, and they live X number of states away or across the country, and there was a shooting in that state. Are they okay?
Yeah.
Don't set the Don't follow me and set the expectation that I'm going to continue seeing you, or that you're going to keep in touch, or that I'm going to know you're okay. If you really just don't care for my content, I might get in my feels about it because somebody doesn't like me. I do that. It's me. But ultimately, it's better. It's like telling someone the truth even though it may hurt them. Like, fucking just bye.
Absolutely.
Only follow me and stay in chat with me if you like the content. If you're going to come back around. If you're going to actually be a friend or be a part of the community or, whatever.
You don't have to love me. You just if you like what you're seeing, come hang out and don't give me.
Yeah, but if you don't like me, you ain't gonna like what you're seeing because I am what you see.
Yeah.
There's no like, oh, I gotta put on this guise for the stream. There is no mask. There is no.
You're not playing a. the part you're
You
playing.
don't play the role.
Right. There is no role being played here. What you see is what you get. I am who I am. Like it or love it, or like it or hate it. Take it or leave it. Whatever. Fucking stay or bye. Don't play games with me.
I think that's the difference. Dana's got a very great sense of who she is. She knows what she wants. She knows she knows her worth and where she feels she needs to fit in. And if you don't like that, she's totally okay with you saying, "Hey, you're not the fit for me." Bye.
Mark just said, I made a poll about that the other day. Do you reach out and find out if everything is okay if a regular stops showing up, or let it be? A lot of people said they would let it go. Why would you let it go?
I would be concerned if it's a regular.
Yeah, if it's a regular, like, I'm going to reach out and be like, hey, I've not seen from you in a while. That's not trying to make them feel guilty because they've not been around. It's you acknowledging, I noticed your absence because I care about you.
Think about it this way. We haven't seen Pyro in a hot minute. Pyro hasn't been active. We haven't seen him in stream in a hot minute, but we also haven't seen him in Discord as much as normal.
And
so
then
for
just
me,
yesterday or
that
today,
would
he said, he'd been a while, but that's something that would alert you. Like, that would tickle your
if I don't
senses.
if I don't see him in a few days, that's when I start going because I know where they live. I know the area is not great. That's when you start like, hey, you could.
Yeah. Like,
just check
You never know what bad could have happened. No one's wishing, like, oh, you're automatically jumping to conclusions that something bad could have happened. Are you living in today's world? Do you ever watch the news or hear any of the bad shit that's going on? Like,
at least you care.
That,
I'll
at
be
least
honest.
I give a shit, and I cared enough to notice that you weren't around.
I'll be honest, Lee's been hit by a car twice this year.
Jesus.
Like, for me,
stay out of the fucking road,
Lead. For me, I worry. Yeah. Rides his bike to work. Had a car completely take him out.
How many times did you say?
Oh, once. I'm sorry. The other time was
like,
the tree that attacked you.
I was about to say, wait, hold on. Where was I for the second time?
All right, sorry.
I don't remember this one.
The first time
starting
was
to get a little
the
worried
tree.
here.
The first time was the tree that attacked him, and the second time he got hit by a car.
And then he...
Wow, system. Wow.
I think his laugh... Listen, so the delay, I think he just heard the tree part, but his laugh came right when you said the car part. So it sounded like he was laughing that you got hit in the car,
But that was like, so for me, when Lead messages me, I only message the certain people in Discord who need to know and say, hey, this is what we're dealing with. Handle the community. I will keep y'all updated. And that's me. Like, I let the people know that matter. Hey, don't worry. This is where we are. When we need to worry, we will.
Right.
You know?
Fair enough.
But...
And to Dana's point, though, and Dana's system and everybody's point, I mean, I think I can count on one hand the amount of people, whether it was public or private or whatever, actually reached out and said something.
Right.
Like, I sat by your bedside and held your hand.
Like, you'd be surprised at how little, like, I mean, yeah,
right.
Wasn't a fatal accident or it didn't.
But it could have been.
Yeah.
By any stretch of the imagination.
Because the lady was at the intersection, and she, and this is why I said it wasn't as bad as it could have been, because she was stopped, and I was riding my bike going to work, and I had the right of way, had the green pedestrian crosswalk and everything. I saw the car. I slowed down. I can tell you what color her eyes were. I could tell you that her lips were moving, and her phone. Talking on her phone.
Of course,
like, that's how clearly. And she pulled out right as I got in the intersection. She pulled out to turn, like, because she wasn't paying attention. And I only went because, like, now mind you, I'm slowing down. I hadn't come to a complete stop. But I was in the process of getting there, just because, in my mind, we looked each other dead in the eyes, saw the whites in each other's eyeballs. So I pulled out, and she pulled out and pushed me. Now, if she had been going even just a smidge faster, she would have pushed me into the major road, and I would have been hit even worse and been ran over. So, and thankfully nothing was broken. I ended up, just a sprained wrist. I tore.
Yeah.
I honestly think there was more damage that the doctors missed, but because I can't use my wrist as well as I used to be able to.
Mm-mm.
And before you make any jokes, Dana.
I was going to too, boy. I was about. Ooh.
He can't jack off as hard as he used to.
Better switch hands, bruh.
Well, part of my job is lifting, and like I can't, my wrist can't, I can't
do
bend
it
them a certain
anymore.
way. I can't lift as well or as long as I used to be able to. So like,
Yeah. No.
you know, I was in crutches for a few days, getting the weight back on my leg because I put my weight on my leg and it just would buckle underneath me while I got the strength back.
Damn.
It was a very like to
Tell
have
me she
him
got the
call
book thrown
me.
at her for that.
I let the insurance settle it. The insurance company cut us a nice little check.
Mm.
Yeah.
See, I'm vindictive. I would have gone all the way. I'd have gone balls deep on her.
I think the hard part was for me is the lady whose car it was not the lady who was driving. The person who was driving was only like 24. She was young. Like,
wait, what?
Yeah, the lady who was driving was only 24 and it wasn't her car and it wasn't her insurance.
Oh.
Yeah, I got all that from the police report that got sent to me by 5 million different attorneys who were looking to take your case. Yeah, she was a real young girl. She didn't.
Well,
She
I could have guessed she
panicked.
was young by the way that she came, running up like, crying and
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, when I split my head open by the tree, to me that was more severe because
The tree bit him.
Yeah, you make jokes, but I honestly consider that one scared me more than anything because I was riding my bike and there was a branch that was hanging over the sidewalk and I thought I ducked low enough. And then, mind you, I'm going about 22 miles an hour on this bike. Didn't duck low enough, cracked my head open, I'm bleeding everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, that's scary.
That one I think probably was, I don't know, they both petrified the fuck out of me.
Well, in the presence of mind, I didn't realize how bad I was bleeding.
My cam keeps fucking glitching.
So is mine. I had the presence of mind, like I was like, okay, let me get to work and I can get cleaned up at work until like it really started gushing all of a sudden. So I ended up laying down on the side of the road. I called lady and I was like, babe, I cut my head open. I'm not sure what's going on. And right about that time, somebody was kind enough, they saw me laying there, they came over to check on me and they realized how bad I was and they called the ambulance for me because I didn't even have the presence of mind to call an ambulance. I just was laying there on the side of the road bleeding out of my head.
He couldn't even tell me where he was, which was hard because he takes a different route different days.
Well, everybody told me that I wasn't talking coherently, like nobody could understand me.
You probably had a concussion.
He did. He had a beautiful one. But yeah, that one, I mean, they super glued his head shut. It was a whole, but yeah.
So,
like, more than
similar situation, I can count on one hand the amount of people that actually said something, and before I came back live on stream, because I took a few days off each time, and before I came back on stream, but then people said something when they heard about it, like, oh, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, but you didn't notice the many days I was fucking gone.
I made sure. Well, I didn't make a big public announcement on Twitter because I didn't want to.
Well, that's not even about that though. It's just the people in your community.
The people that were important to us were the people that knew.
But I mean, the thing is, like, you think you're important to people, and then they don't even notice that you're not around. Not even enough to say, like, send you a message on Twitter and be like, "Hey, hope you're doing okay. Haven't heard from you in a while." That's all it takes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I get your guys' what you're trying to say, Dana, and what System's saying. I keep wanting to call him Mark, and I keep looking at his name, so my brain gets tied up. I probably at least 2 or 3 times a week I question if I just stopped streaming and didn't come around, didn't show my face for a while. Like sometimes I feel like doing, just because I get in my own head. I'm like, is anybody gonna care or anybody gonna notice?
I do the same
what's
thing.
Funny? So, like I said, I haven't streamed before Live Space. I hadn't streamed since like May of last year, and before that, there was a handful of streams, and I don't think not a single person asked me where I was. Not even people in my own Discord. Everyone's just gone inactive. Like no one, not a single soul, has messaged me asking how I've been, if everything's okay. Nothing. No post. I don't post.
I would have been like, hey.
And most people won't unless they see some benefit for them, unless you're doing it back and then making that effort. Nobody takes the time anymore.
But that says a lot to about these people that I thought were my community. That I thought cared. That nothing.
Yeah, and that,
No,
I think, to me,
almost
that
a
is
year.
extremely scary. Yeah, because you're saying a handful of times. Like, that is my question, is that if we disappeared off of Twitter,
Would anyone
if we
notice?
disappeared off of Live Space, would people notice that we were gone? I know you and Mark would,
Yeah.
but and Sky, but I mean, like, the few that we have that are regularly here. But if we legitimately were to pack up tomorrow and not show our faces for a couple of weeks, who would really notice we were gone?
Oh, I learned my lesson with that.
On the
And I
flip
think,
side, and here's the other side of the coin that you see too. It's not so much that you get ignored. Some people, like if you pull back, let's say you're dealing with something, you're struggling with something mentally, and maybe you've seen this, Dana. You get attacked for it. By pulling back because you're trying to deal with something internally, because maybe you're not talking about what you're dealing with, maybe you're struggling with something, however small or big, but it's affecting you to a degree that it's changed how you interact or behave.
Right.
Some people take offense to it and they'll go on the attack and be like, what the fuck is your problem?
you took that time off, and that's what happened.
I'm just saying generally.
Yeah, but I mean, anytime we have taken any time off, and I'm saying, just using us as an example because it's personal for us. Like, when you've taken time off for you to deal with the stuff you needed to deal with, or I've taken time off to deal with the stuff I needed to deal with. You're right. There hasn't been a ton of people. Hey, are you guys okay? Hey, where are you? It's just we weren't around. So what the hell? Nobody takes the time to ask those questions to mentally check and see if you're okay.
So, devil's advocate here. If it's a subscriber, they pay for content.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have a right to quote unquote lash out or to question? They pay for content and you weren't delivering.
They have a right to ask, I think, but do they have a right to be upset? No.
Fair. But
I think that if they decide they want their money back, that's between you and them at that moment.
No, I say no. They don't have the right to be. You have the right to question it in a respectful manner. And I want to be careful on that one because everybody's version is different.
But everybody's definition of respectful is different.
Yeah. Exactly.
But here's why I'm gonna put a definitive stamp on it and say no. You don't have the right to be upset about it or be. We'll say upset. You don't have the right to be upset because you have two ways that you can deal with that, or three ways. You can be an asshole, or an uncaring or asshole person, or there's a handy little button where you can do a chargeback. You can get your money back, and I've seen it plenty of times.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last part is, okay, yeah, you paid for it, but one way that you could look at it is you paid to watch that content up till that point. Now, the benefit to it, you don't get ads for future content. So if you don't want to keep paying for it, unsubscribe. Don't pay for it again. You're going to get another...
It collects at the front of the month. So they paid at the first of the month, and that you take this hiatus for whatever reason, that month they're not getting what they paid for.
I'll phrase it like this. So like a Rent-A-Center, right? That's where I work. Mm-hmm. People pay to have, like, say, lady's got a computer that I got her from there. Okay. So lady's paying to have this computer, and she has to pay for the time that she had it, not the time that she's going to have it. We tell people, no, you had it for this long. You need to pay for the time that you had it.
Right.
You're not paying for how long you're going to have it. I'm not going to charge somebody $100 because they might have it for that long. She paid that $100 for the X amount of days that she's had it in her possession. So a subscription can also be looked at as you paid for the last 30 days of content you did watch, not the next 30 days of content that you're going to watch.
I think that's a technicality, but yeah, I see where you're going.
I can flip it like that easily, because you haven't watched it yet. I could announce the day that that you subscribed, that your subscription hit. Lady and I are, we just won the lottery and we're taking a 2-week backpacking trip around Europe, and then you subscribe. So am I supposed to stream while we're backpacking across Europe?
Hell yeah.
Well, I would. You and I would. But my point being, if you set an expectation of a stream, you don't set the standard for my stream. Okay, I'm gonna come.
No.
I'm like Dana. I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna give you the content. You're gonna get what you get. I might put out shitty content some nights because I'm in a bad mood from work or I've had a long day at work. Lady might piss me off and it might affect my mood. I'm just saying, we've picked on Mark and System enough, so
Leave the lady out of
I'm
this.
just saying,
She's delicate tonight.
the viewer, regardless if they subscribe or not, does not set the standard of a streamer and their schedule. That's why I'm saying I'm using the technicality of you're paying for the time that you watched. Okay, you subscribed because you liked what you saw to that point.
Fair.
But nobody sets the standard for. Nobody should. You should never let somebody set the standard for your stream. Okay, I'm not gonna go into system. I'm not gonna go into your stream and say, "Fuck, she's playing Baldur's Gate again," and be like, "Dana, you need to play something else. This shit sucks."
I mean, you could say that. I would tell you to eat a dick.
Well, that's my point. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go to system and say, "System, stop playing these crappy ass story games. Go shoot something." System's gonna probably tell me to get lost. All right, that just it doesn't work that way, and anybody who thinks otherwise can, to quote a lady I've just recently met, eat a dick.
Listen.
So
eat a whole motherfucking bag of them.
Eat a whole bag of dicks, juggling motherfuckers around.
I want to see you deep throat that dick as it's going down, one at a time.
no, I mean, if I get people coming, if I get people coming into, I like to perform for chat. If it's some things are being requested and it's related to the content I'm seeing right there, then yes, maybe then the chat will guide, viewers will guide what I'm doing. Like if they are laughing and joking because Lady and I are going at each other like verbally, or if it's Call of Duty and they're like, oh, do these kind of yeah, I'm gonna put on a try. I suck at doing that special kind of shit on Call of Duty or Fortnite, but I'm gonna try. That's about as far as anything gets dictated at my stream.
Right.
So.
Nah, he just picks on me to pick on me because he likes to get me all riled up, and watch the stream likes to listen to him get me all riled up.
No.
Hey, it's content in all
honesty. It is 100% content.
The comments that come back are more about how they love listening to her. So.
I do. I get all riled up.
Yeah, I just apparently say a lot about sucking dick. That's my
Must
my
mean you
generalized,
really like this.
like you piss me off, suck a dick.
System, I'm glad to know that your dick is well taken care of.
Oh yeah, it is.
But no, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, though, it is what it is. Like, we're going to enjoy the moments as they come.
Yeah.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, Dana, the last thing I'm going to ask you, what advice would you give somebody just starting out? If they're just coming into it, based on your experiences, the things that you've had to deal with and learn, what advice would you give somebody who's coming into it?
It's very generalized. I mean, it's same thing anybody else would tell them. You got to stay in the right headspace. You got to not look at your numbers. You just have to focus on the content that you're giving, that you are presenting yourself in a true light, in the way that you are. You don't want... Now, I'm not saying you can't, like, role play or, do cosplay or whatever, but you still want to not make yourself out to be something you're not, or make yourself not something you are. If you're a fucking hypocrite, let them know. I'm just saying, basically don't be fake. You wanna be genuine. You want to enjoy what you're doing. And like we just finished talking about, don't let anyone else dictate what you're doing on stream or what you want to do on stream. It's your stream. You do what you want to do. And if people don't want to watch that, then they weren't for you in the first place, and you were fooling yourself to think that they were. Growth is not... It cannot be faked. Not true growth.
See what you're saying?
You can view bot. You can do whatever you want to make the numbers look good, but that's not real growth. You're not. Those bots are not going to come in and talk and create conversation and create laughter and create memorable moments that can be clipped or that show up in the VODs or, you know, whatever else. Just be genuine, get in the right headspace to focus on your content and put your all into your content, and don't look at your numbers. Those are my 3 points that I would say encompass the entirety of streaming in the beginning.
Okay. Not looking at your numbers is very hard.
It is. But a lesson
very
I had
hard.
To learn.
I had to learn it. It was hard.
It's not that I don't look at my numbers. I've gotten to where I don't turn my numbers off anymore. I don't click the viewer hide anymore. Mm-hmm. I just don't let it bother me. I just don't let it get me down.
I would say the one good thing. I don't know what it is about Livespace that kind of shifts my mentality, but since streaming here, I forget that my view count is even there.
Well, and another reason I watch mine, if I'm steady 5 viewers, right, and I see 6, I know somebody new's in. I'm going to amp up the shenanigans. We're going to shenaniganize with the best of them to try to pull them in. It's not me faking who I am. It's just because I'm normally like that. It's just I may not currently have the opportunity to, like, game-wise to show it. So I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to force it to happen so that they see what I'm like generally.
Okay.
Be it like I said, you know, a side NPC says something smart and I'm just spouting back off at them. Like, under normal circumstances, I might have just left it alone. But when it comes to the opportunity to pull someone in for them to see my bullshit and my fuckery, I'm going to ensure that happens because I saw that. I know someone new's in here. Or it may not be someone new, but it may be a long-time viewer.
You don't want to miss an opportunity that would attract somebody to you.
Right. It may not be somebody new. It may be somebody coming in to lurk, somebody that's a long-time community member already. But maybe that'll trigger them into saying, ha, 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 hi, how you doing? Stopping by. That was funny. Like, when normally they were just going to lurk and not say a word.
Okay.
No, I get it.
You know,
I'll honestly be honest. Like, I look at the view count now, and I may not have a ton of people in chatting away, but to know that there are 7 people watching means that I am reaching 7 people that will hopefully come back.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking about it, and that's actually great advice even for me because I didn't even look at it that way. If I'm not keeping track and maybe taking notice that somebody might be in there lurking, even if they may not plan on saying anything, now I'm wondering how many missed opportunities did I just... Now you've got me, you know, not in a bad way. I'm just like, huh.
Yeah.
I didn't look
at
at it that way.
Sometimes, you know, if you're fighting what Lady was fighting and what I have fought in the past with the numbers, then yes, mute them or blind them, whatever. Do what you have to do. But once you get better into that headspace or that acceptance of there's not going to be 100 right there when I unblind that, you know? Once you get into that I'm okay with what is mentality, unblind it because you can use those can help cue your stream.
I guess that's
the difference.
Create
those moments.
You're bringing up a valid point. So, like, I'm sitting here and I'm watching my view count fluctuate a little bit, and it's not bad. It's like 1, maybe 2, not a big deal. But I'm used to only seeing. So, like, when we used to go live a lot, I used to only see 1 there, maybe 2 there. Now that I'm seeing 6, 7, sometimes
it's not
10,
a drastic
9
growth, but it's growth.
No, but for me to actually see people there lurking is actually for me is more optimistic when I was used to seeing 1 or none. You know,
listen,
that to me is
that
optimistic.
Number is not 0.
You've made progress. Okay. Yeah.
So, you know, once you get comfortable with that idea and the number the number you see doesn't bother you, then unhide the number. I know a lot of people say keep it hidden, but unhide it and use that to cue your stream. When you see a new number, when it pops up 1, you know somebody new, well, possibly somebody new's in there. Make something happen. Reel them in. Get them.
And it's like you said too, it doesn't have to be a new person. It could be somebody.
Yeah,
you
somebody who was intending just to open you up and lurk, and all of a sudden
and
you
you're dragging them in all of a sudden.
Right. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it
Oh, that's
also opens opportunities. It's not just about being that number, that bad thing that nobody wants to see unless it's high. No, you can use it to to further your stream, to grow, to produce better content because you're paying attention to that number. And when it moves, you adjust accordingly.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Okay. No, I'm actually really glad that I asked that because honestly, I wasn't expecting that, and now, like I said, now I'm really actually taking that to heart because, like, damn, I wonder what it, did I miss an opportunity, you know? So that's actually really good advice, and
I like it.
so, 'cause yeah, you're right. You always hear usually 99% of what you hear is don't pay attention to numbers, don't pay attention to numbers,
which at first is a good plan, but
well, yeah, no,
that's just until you get past that mentality, because that mentality is immediate.
But I do like the idea of being able to play to that numbers and make it your strong point.
Yeah. That's actually really good.
It gives you a reason to focus and be more prepared and all of that.
And if you're focusing on that number to the point to see it move, that number's right beside your chat. That's going to lessen your chances of missing a chat.
And you phrase that the right way too, because I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I tried to poke a hole in the argument there, but honestly, you did it. You said it in the right order. Get past the point where lower numbers don't hurt you. Use it to when you get that opportunity, capitalize on the opportunity. Don't let the opportunity pass you by, because you've already gotten to the right headspace where a lower number isn't going to hurt you. So now you can focus on turning that low number into a higher number and work off of
that. Right, and growing it. Right.
Yep.
And again,
that's
all organic
great
because
advice.
you are being you just at the right times.
Exactly.
I get it. No, it makes total sense.
Because otherwise, some of these times that happen that are really funny or whatever, somebody has to watch your whole VOD for. And they might not have time to watch the whole VOD.
Yeah, majority of people aren't going to watch an entire VOD.
Exactly.
They're going to skip through it.
Exactly. So odds are they're still going to miss that point. So if you're focusing and you see that number and you know that now's your time to make it happen, you're making it a in the moment time as opposed to a VOD moment.
I agree. I think that's such great advice. Definitely something to
everybody needs to listen to and actually take to heart, because that, like I said,
mind blown.
Right? Yeah. Exactly.
I actually just blew my own mind, because that's the first time I've actually thought about it like that. Once I get talking, I view things differently, and I try to think of how I can word them, like, to get it out. And then I'm just like, whoa, all right, I like that. So technically I just surprised myself with that advice.
No, that's awesome, though. All right. Do you have anything else?
No, I think I've pretty much run out.
I think we have covered it.
I think we've seen every flip side of Dana, from good, bad, and different to, I think
You haven't seen my titty smack?
Yes, we have.
Oh, did I do that on stream?
We have. Yes, ma'am.
Damn. Okay.
I mean, if you want to do it here for us again, please feel
do you
free.
Want to clarify what that is for people who are might possibly hear this from the Spotify side?
So I have big titties, and I literally can just smack myself in the face with them, and it makes a big sound, like a... I can't do it.
Soars over here is going, whoa, titties. Soars is very excited about the titties.
Oh,
gotcha,
Lord
just
Jesus.
we're clear. I'm not advocating that y'all go watch Dana stream just to go look at her titties. Okay, I'm not advocating that at all.
We are not advocating for that.
I think that's when we might see the aggressive side of the system come out if people start showing up for her titties.
No, listen, he's already being passive aggressive, because when he was walking out to get me something to eat for my snack, he's like, my interview wasn't that long. So now he's already jealous I've been in the interview longer than him. Hold
on, system. I'm gonna address something here. You and I and Lady did not spend half an hour to 45 minutes almost talking about dicks and dick mics and what you can do with dicks. Okay, I mean, if you would love to come in and sit down, I'm sure you and I together could talk about something along those lines for a good 2 to 3 hours. Okay, I'm more than happy to do that with you. Okay, to make it up to you. All right. But I don't know how comfortable you feel sitting down talking about
Mama Rex
dicks
is
and...
the best.
All right.
I mean, if he wants to, he can come back in here and he can just come and hang out with us and just bullshit.
No,
it's just that's the competitive thing, like y'all were talking about. He's
I'm telling you, it is. I would have said the same thing.
I'm just being clear that a part of this, we probably wouldn't be this long if we didn't spend a nice little portion of this talking about dicks and dick mics and everything.
Listen,
you know,
we've had fun, and that's all that matters.
I 100%. It was definitely fun. I'm just saying.
He's like,
we have talked about it.
Dick mics was fun.
We have talked
the way you
about
said
it
fun.
All. It was fun.
But I also have opened the door every time, and this is how I'm going to close it out again, because, like I said, I think I've run out of topic here at this particular point.
Damn, more dicks?
No.
Oh.
I'll leave that to you and Lady here after I exit.
Well, you know what we'll do, Dana? We'll do you, me, and Sky after dark.
Oh, sweet.
But I always want to throw out the opportunity for anybody listening, whether you're in Dana's stream, ladies, or mine. My goal for this podcast is not just to sit here and get to know streamers. Yes, a primary focus of it is to get to know the streamers and to be able to see every side or every facet, so that way if a new viewer comes in. But I would love to sit down with 1, 2, 3, however many people want to get on there and talk about, if it's a specific game, if it's a topic that's in the streaming world, anything really. Like would love to expand it. So if you have an idea that we can sit down and talk about something beyond this, please message me with an idea. We'll definitely set it up. Before you even say anything else, also to Dana, grumble behind her back, I've already got an idea that I wanted to pitch to you anyway. So,
Dana, he's going off without me. Ain't no way.
You're the co-host. If you want to fucking talk about something, just fucking say so. I'm saying the same thing that I'm basically saying to System, just a little nicer. Speak up.
They're talking
bitch,
to you,
I
and you
spoke
ain't even
up.
at your desk.
Son of a bitch. Here I am talking to him, thinking he's listening.
Bitch, I speak to you all the time.
Oh, one thing though, Lead. Are we gonna bring up the Mad Money?
Oh yes, please. If you
yes,
want to throw that in
we
there.
do.
This is part of. This was your. I've given every time I brought it up, I've made sure to give you credit for this being your brainchild. So
I've read it, and then I get it read to by him saying @Danalicious.
It is Dana's brainchild, and we are.
This is the project
so
that
blessed to be shared.
I think is an awesome idea. Don't get me wrong. I love the idea. I wish I had thought of this myself. I am not even about to sit here and remotely come across like I came up with it. This was all Dana, and I'm going to shut up now. Dana, take it away and explain this.
Okay, so I've been wanting to do this for a really long time, and I was talking to Lead and Lady, and Mark was talking about, or System, as you may know him, was talking about someone who he wanted to get something for, who is a friend of his that he wanted to help with a purchase that they were trying to save up for. And so I pitched the idea to Lead and Lady, and they were very receptive. We have started basically a charity. The community can pitch in and donate to my Venmo, which is Danalicious. And we will open a channel where you can come in and nominate people you know who may have needs financially, be it groceries, be it a gaming chair, be it a graphics card so they can start streaming, or whatever the need is. And no need is too small. With the funds that we gather from the community, and even those outside of the community, if anyone hears about it and wants to donate, they're welcome to. Anyone can send the money. We use the funds to purchase or assist in purchasing, or buying a batch of groceries for a month for somebody. Whatever the need is, we fill it with the funds that are recouped by all of the community. Plus, I do intend on keeping receipts. You never have to question where the money's going. Complete transparency. And out of the nominations, the admins will discuss and see, okay, well, with this money we have, this one is more feasible, whatever the case may be. And then we'll choose. depending on how quickly we raise the money, it can be monthly that we do this, or maybe quarterly. It just depends on, when we have the funds accessible to help someone. So the more that's donated, the more often we can do it. We are trying to do everything we can to negate possible scams or people asking. In essence, we're not giving cash to anybody. We would, I guess if it's like for a gaming chair and they have a donation box and we have to donate the money, but we will do our best, our due diligence to ensure as close to 100% as we can that this person is really needing this, that it is something that they have been working towards, and that we are helping someone with a genuine need. We'll be doing the best we can for that, but I will always keep receipts, so if you have any questions about where the money's going, I can answer that for you. But Misfit Mad Money is the name we gave it, and any donations are welcome. Again, my Venmo is Danalicious. I don't ever use my Venmo, so I just contributed it to the cause. The name on it is actually Misfit Mad Money, but the tag or, whatever is Danalicious, because that was the original name.
Quick interruption.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay if I put a Discord link in so anybody who would like to be at least involved in a discussion with it can jump in and be a part of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
I'm not going to drop my community link in here without asking.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's where it's all housed anyway. Like, that's where our...
That's why I was asking, but I felt it was better to ask first.
That's fine.
Okay.
But yeah, so the goal is just to get as much money as we can, to do as many good things as we can. My tagline is do good recklessly. And this is like a doing good deeds, paying it forward, whatever we can do. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face too. To help someone who has a need. Whatever that need is. It doesn't have to be like a life or death need. Just any need, any goal that we can assist with and help make their day, or help make their life easier. Or, take a stress or a stressor or something away from them for a short period of time to improve their quality of life while they're not stressing about this particular thing. Mm-hmm. Whatever we can do to help somebody. That's the goal. And that's all I got.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So
Dana, we will drop a Venmo link in with the Spotify information, so that way if anybody wants to do it when they're hearing it on Spotify, there's a Venmo link there where they can honestly donate and go from there too.
Okie dokie, sounds good. I do know we have 2 people already that have been nominated.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need to sit down and
we've talked about them. You guys know about them. You might not be able to pull them off the top of your head, but I know you know about them.
I know about the one that I can think of for sure.
Yeah, so we only have very little money in there for now. So as more people contribute, we can work to making those things a reality and being able to help these folks.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, guys, there's the Discord link. If this isn't, I'm not posting it because I want y'all to join the Discord and be involved in the community. This is if you want to get involved with this project. We have a special room in there, so if you simply want to be there to help with the project, or at least keep an eye on it, and maybe then
or
eventually
nominate
get involved.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, if that's as far as you want to go with it.
This is the home base.
Yeah, so just come on in. If your purpose is just to be involved in this, just jump in there and say, hey, I'm just here for this. Set you up with the roles so you have access to the channel. No expectations, nothing. And, that's why I wanted to make sure I asked before anything. So, but yeah, I think that's pretty.
I think we're good.
So,
but yes, this is Dana's brainchild. She has worked very, very hard to set it up and to make some beautiful...
Educate us on the idea behind it, because I got my brain wrapped too loosely around, we're all streamers but she made it very clear this is not just about streaming related stuff. It's just like she said, finding a way to better or help
somebody else's life
where we can.
Like, if you have a working computer, cool, you have a working computer. Maybe somebody doesn't. It might not be a life or death need. It might not be related to gaming. Maybe they just need a computer. Maybe they need access to the internet to do an online course to better their lives, to get a better job, to support their family. Like, we don't know what anybody's going through unless they tell us.
Absolutely.
And you can't make assumptions about somebody's life or what needs they have or what needs they don't have. Well, so-and-so's wealthy, so they should be fine. You don't know that. Just because they're friends with them or related to them doesn't mean that they share. Like, this is to get past all of those barriers and all of those thoughts that, you know, oh, well, this person's fine just because we think they are. Nah. Mm-mm.
Everybody's got something that they need, and we want to be able to make somebody's life a little simpler.
Yep.
So.
Or just happier.
Exactly.
Alrighty, chat. So, with that being said, we're going to wrap this up here. I do appreciate you, Dana, for being in here and doing this.
I appreciate you having me. It was super fun.
We had so much fun.
Greater.
Definitely.
You heard him. Definitely. All the dicks made it even greater.
It brought a unique. I mean, I can't even sit here and try to bullshit. It definitely, you know, last few days I definitely needed a laugh. So, you know, I do appreciate you. Definitely help put a smile on my face and kind of pull me out of my mood.
That's what I do, dude. That's what I do. Love your face.
This was definitely needed because I'll be honest, coming home, I was still in somewhat of a foul mood from multiple things, not just any one thing in particular. It's been a rough week.
Fair enough.
So I do appreciate, you know, you just being you and letting even just me and Lady, even if it was just the two of us here with you, letting us see this side of you, because I definitely needed it. So I mean, hopefully, if it went beyond just me and you know, you put a smile on somebody else's face. I know we had people in here who were laughing, and you know, it seems like everybody here across the board here was having a good time. So, you know, if nothing else, I hope anybody listening, you guys enjoyed it, and I hope it helped you guys. And if nothing else, the biggest priority behind it is, if you don't know Dana, now you do.
Now.
Ta-da!
You definitely got a good look at who Dana is. You know what to expect going in there. So please, whether it's Dana, whether you go back and listen to Ramrod's episode, or you really listen to it. These guys really put themselves out there. You get to know them. Go check them out and get to know them better. Don't just let it end here at this stream. The point of this is to push you guys to at least give them a shot beyond this stream, to where you go and meet a new content creator, a great personality. They're all different personalities. You know, you got to see the intense Dana. We've seen the mellow system and the in-between Ramrod. We got a bit of his mellow in it. We've heard that he can be a bit, you know, very humble and laid back, but we've also heard that he's got that side to him as well. So it's there for everybody. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to end this episode of Table Talk. I do appreciate you. Again, Dana, thank you. And you guys have a great night.
Thank you.
Nope, I'm done. I'm all good. I'm stuffing my face. I'm a happy fat cat. About to get dick. No, I'm kidding. I just wanted to say dick again one more time.
Oh my god.
Alrighty, stream is turned off.
I turned mine off.
Oh, I didn't get the dick in before you ended it?
No, you did. Because
okay.
You did.
I was still pulling everything up to end it.
We're terrible, y'all.
Alright, I'm gonna
I hope you had fun.
I really did. Give me a moment. Alright, guys, we're gonna call it. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the podcast interview. It'll be on Spotify and everything, so yay. Love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for stopping in. Hope we answered some questions about me for you. And remember, hold on, can't go there yet. Damn. Have a wonderful night, evening, morning, whatever it is for you in your neck of the woods, in your little piece of paradise. Remember, God loves you. I love you. And Mama Rex is out. Until next time, folks.